be under the coroner, and that's to consider awarding an RFP 10-02 to John Condrola Jr. of Fair Chance for body transportation services at a cost of $275 per round trip with local transport in Fayette County, and $250 per round trip to and from Odd
Can't hear you back here.
Is there?
Where are we at on the agenda here? I mean,
We can't hear a word. Yeah, we can.
public comments?
No, we're amending the agenda right now. We have one thing to add to the agenda that's under the coroner's office, and that, and I'll read that again in case you didn't hear that. That will be to consider awarding an RFP 14-02 to John Condrola Jr. of Fair Chance for body transportation services at a cost of $275 per round trip with local with local transport in Fayette County, and $250 per round trip to and from autopsy, and this would be in Pittsburgh, effective March 18, 2014.
And what's the term of the contract?
Well, per year.
Per year.
It can be reviewed yearly.
So it's a yearly contract.
Yes, that's correct. That should be yearly, yes.
Has the contract been written yet, Doctor?
Well, we made a proposal, the requirements that are needed, and you met
And in the RFP, did it have an annual renewal, or was it for until such a time as either he or you decided?
That's correct. Okay. On appropriate notice.
Okay.
At the same rate?
Yes, the clarification that was needed that I neglected last week's proposal was to make it absolutely clear that the fee was for a round trip, not a each way type thing.
I understand, but I'm saying that that is a one-year contract with a renewal clause, and with the renewal clause, are those at the same rates?
Yes, that would be the intention, certainly.
Okay.
Make the motion to add the item on the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Item number 3, under public comment, just before we get started, as I think most of you know, we did propose, well, we actually are going to use the resolutions that were passed in prior administrations for public comment. And I would ask that the individuals speak first that requested to be on the agenda, and that is Mary Beth Homesteck and Sean McAnish. Oh, okay. Okay, he's just recording. Okay. So Mary Beth, according to the
Does it matter if she goes?
resolution, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Mary Beth is there. I mean, she could go. She's up there. Does it matter?
Well, to be fair to you, you did request to be a speaker, and we'd like to do that first because you have 3 minutes. All other speakers will have 2 minutes.
Well, before you do that, I'm going to object to that because the resolution, the discussion was at a Tuesday agenda meeting, and apparently that may have been in the paper. I don't know if both papers covered it on Wednesday, which is certainly insufficient time for individuals to, there may be individuals in this room who do not read the Herald Standard or who may not have read the Tribune Review. So they may not have known that 2 commissioners were going to implement a 1997 resolution, and therefore did not contact anyone. And they will be disenfranchised today by being limited to 2 minutes versus one individual who happened to read a newspaper and called in, and so she gets the 3 minutes. That's the first thing. There's so many other issues, but I'm not going to go into it at that time. But I will object. I believe that we should continue with the process that we have been using, And until such time that a formal resolution with clarity is first discussed publicly and voted on. And you have individuals in this room who may not have even been around in 1997 to have any knowledge about this. So for commissioners to just pull this up right now and throw it at a room full of individuals, it's certainly unfair for anyone who wishes to speak today. The other thing too is, and I'll say this very quickly, is for a 3-minute comment on agenda items, let's say a 2-minute. There may be individuals in this room who wishes to speak on, perhaps, we have a lot of important agenda items, say 4 agenda items. We'll take 4 agenda items into 2 minutes. So ready, set, go. You got 30 seconds per agenda item. That is ridiculous to expect any citizen to come before the Board of Commissioners and speak 30 seconds on one agenda item if in fact they have 4 to speak on. So I believe that the proper thing to do would be to not implement that 1997 resolution today. Wait until we have public comment, and if it gets passed, which we all know something's going to get passed, then do it at the next regularly scheduled meeting after you hear public comment. It's only the fair thing to do.
Well, the agenda was implemented, it was discussed, and it was implemented in previous years. So
And it was
all we're doing is, and I think we gave necessary, we discussed it in a public meeting last week, and I don't think it's unfair simply because it gives everybody a chance to speak, but yet it doesn't impede the progress of the county's business meeting.
Well, this is, citizens' input is business of the county, and limiting today for 2 minutes is most definitely impeding their rights as well. And as I said, there is a public comment. We are going to take votes on important matters, and I would like to hear what this room full of individuals have to say.
In addition, this is not impeding anybody's right to speak. It just doesn't give you unlimited right to drag this meeting out.
Drag
in the past, it's been extended to 4 and 5 hours, which is beyond beyond what is appropriate, because we all have other duties. And
Really? We're hard to do, Al. It took us 30 years to be ratified now. We got 5 hours.
Okay.
The other thing is that again, although this was a 1997 resolution, I've been a commissioner since 2004, and we've never advanced that resolution or put limits on members of the public for all those years. Why is it happening now? I'll get into that later, and I'm sure we'll hear, I would hope we would hear from some citizens, but
2 minutes never occurred.
okay.
In addition, these resolutions are not untypical of other counties. We're not doing anything more than other counties do. We've done a search through CCAP, through the County Commissioners Association of Pennsylvania, and other counties do have guidelines on their public comment, and so we adopted, or we will adopt, guidelines that are typical of other counties. We're not doing anything unusual here.
No, Fayette County is not any other county. Also, these are important county issues. All of this is happening only because of the prison issue, and I'll get into that later. As far as what other counties do in this survey, when you directed the chief clerk to search that information, she did, from what I've seen, because I'm part of that PA CCAP group. And from what I received, only 3 counties even responded. Out of 67, you only had 3 counties respond and provide copies of their resolutions. And quite honestly, you just said that all other counties do it. Well, number 1, we're Fayette County. Number 2, I don't know what county, the list of counties, because the information that we received back was only 3 counties. So, but again, regardless of that, to implement something that occurred in 1997 when we have not been, we have not adhered to that as far as back as 2004 for any limit, let alone 2 or 3, is wrong. And then you haven't even had, it's what I said before, some of these people may not have even known that this was a requirement because they did not read the Tribune Review or the Herald Standard. That's all I'm going to say on the subject matter. There isn't anything more I can do. If 2 commissioners are going to implement it, then these are your 2 commissioners who are doing that to the citizens.
Vince, what's your take?
I'm sorry?
Let's wait. Let's go through the...
What's your take, Vince?
Please.
No, somebody asked for my comment. If you would, Mr. Chairman, I would like to respond, please. I do not feel that we should suppress, or if that's the word to use, anyone's right to speech. However, I do have a concern with the way some of these meetings have gone. And to be perfectly honest, I think they've become points of attack at times. I think the length of the meetings are ridiculously too long. As a matter of fact, the agenda meeting is where the meetings are, where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. That's where you decide what comes on this paper today. That's the meeting where the discussion should be held. So I don't necessarily think that we need to limit, but I don't know if we have the ability to control, because we're walking out of here at 1:30, 2:30, 3 o'clock. I've had to leave to go to my father's hospital room because I had to go. We're just getting extremely too long. If we could condense our statements, our points of view, I'd have no problems with that. But we're running way too long.
You don't address our questions or our comments. That's why we have to...
I'm addressing a comment right now, ma'am, and I don't believe we necessarily need to restrict time. I would just hope that we could try to condense what we have to say in a relatively short period of time, and you get your message across in 2 or 3 or 4 minutes. You don't need 5 or 10. You don't need to have 50, if you're operating from the same organization, or let's use the prison as an example. You could have a spokesperson for the prison. I mean, it doesn't make a difference. But if you could condense your statements to where we can get these meetings moving along, where we can conduct the county business. There are people here that are waiting for us to vote on items that pertain to them on this agenda. And keeping their
Individuals don't always think alike.
I'm sorry?
Individuals think individually.
I'm giving you my individual opinion.
You don't need a spokesman. I don't need a spokesman.
I understand that, but I said if you did.
As far as control, you're the one that blew up at me. I didn't blow up at you.
Mr. Mazza, and I apologize to you.
No, you never apologized.
I think I did, but...
No, you didn't.
I'm not going to get into it. Mr. Chris had asked me a question. I think if we could condense our statements, get the point across, to the board, to the constituents in the audience. I think we could then conduct business meetings, allow for good solid public comment, and move along accordingly. That's my opinion.
And Commissioner, I appreciate your opinion. There's just one follow-up to that. I really do believe a lot of us have been straight to the point and concise and informative. And sometimes just because you guys don't agree with us, you take it as a personal attack. And that's true. There's been a lot of bias shown at these meetings, both ways. But we're here in front of you, and really when you say you don't have enough time and we're holding county business back, every one of us are taking time out of our job or our life.
I know that.
Give us our honest opinions and thoughts, trying to help the county. But to shorten what you want to do now to 2 or 3 minutes, if I want to discuss 4 items on your agenda, I can't even begin to address that sub-topics in 2 minutes. That's not being fair to any of us in here. I don't think anybody's attacked any commissioner personally. I don't ever remember a sheriff getting up and grabbing anybody and taking them out of here. There's been none of that whatsoever. I think everybody's been calm, collective, no fights, no name calling. So to say that we have personal attacks towards you, that's
I never said personal attacks.
It is.
I didn't use that word.
In fact, it was me at the special meeting several weeks ago where a prison member has been pointing their finger at me in haste. That's the only time I've ever seen any aggression towards anybody. But what you're trying to do today to limit our speech, you guys got the time. You're paid to do a job. You knew that going in when you were being elected. You had to deal with us. 4, 3, 5, 6 hours, it shouldn't matter a month. Add it all up in 1 year, it's a couple of damn days. If you can't deal with that in 1 year, listen to us, you guys shouldn't be in the seats you're in.
We're way off the track.
Not at all. Not at all.
Even a little bit.
This is not a debate. We have, this is the public comment. You can make public
Then let
comments.
us do it, please.
Well, I will say this, I need to respond to Commissioner Zabatowski's statements. He did say at the very beginning that some of these meetings have become points of attack, so he did say that. And I have to agree that there have not been any personal attacks on the commissioners. We are elected officials. When people have come to that, citizens have come to that podium, they have either praised or criticized the actions that we were about to take or have taken as elected officials, not personally attacking Angela, not personally attacking Vince, not personally attacking Al, but as Commissioner Zimmerling, Commissioner Zabatowski, and Commissioner Ambrosini, okay? Those are not personal attacks. We are listening to the comments as public officials. Secondly, it is incorrect to say, and it's his opinion, that this should all occur at an agenda meeting. The agenda meeting is when the commissioners determine whether or not something is going to advance. This is the official action meeting. This is where the public comment is most important. Second, he had said that there are 4 or 5 hours, extremely long. I only know of one meeting, which was a special meeting, February 26th, which was 3.5 hours. Why was it that long? Well, number one, because you had citizens standing out in hallways, okay? I couldn't hear the citizens could not hear what people in the room were saying. That was created by by my fellow 2 commissioners, because they were the ones who scheduled a meeting at 8:30 in the morning for 45 minutes to discuss an important county issue, knowing full well that a prison board meeting was scheduled at 9:15. Those prison board meetings are always scheduled at 9:14 on that Wednesday, so they knew full well that there was only 45 minutes time limit. And plus, it was done in a crowded room, in a small room for some of you who were there. There was no reason that it was important enough to hold this, quote, special meeting. To do what? To pass a resolution authorizing the commissioners to negotiate a sale. Well, my goodness, she had already negotiated the sale, and it's proven by documentation back in December. So there wasn't even any reason. Secondly, I have to agree with Commissioner Zabatowski. He just said, this is what I thought that I heard, that he did not want to specifically restrict time, putting 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. So I commend him for that. what I believe he should do then is to agree with me and not to implement this 1997 resolution today for specifically for that reason. And hopefully later on the agenda, when this resolution comes for a vote, that he chooses not to vote for it because it specifically has limitations. As far as a spokesperson, no. Every person sitting in this room is an individual citizen and has an individual opinion. And to designate, now if there is a group that comes in here, say like a historical society, and they've gotten together and they choose that they want one spokesperson, then that should be up to them to decide. But if there's, I want to hear what you, and you have to say, if you want to say it. That means you come to the podium and you tell me. This idea of saying, well, it would be redundant. No. I mean, to say, well, you need one person, then later on you're going to say, well, only one person had a complaint or a question on it. And that's not true. We may have had 15 people who had an opinion on a certain issue. Also, to say about the other people are on the agenda, that's part of government, okay? These meetings do not always last 3.5 hours. Sometimes they do because we have a lot of agenda items and discussion, and sometimes we're done in a good time. If the public was pre-informed, just like if I was informed, our meetings would go a lot quicker if I didn't have to ask 10 or 15 questions about an agenda item. Same goes with the public. When a member of the public comes up to the podium and asks a question under public comment on agenda item, simply answer the question instead of going round and round and round, which is exactly what happens. Answer the question as briefly as we can, either with a yes, a no, or with a 2-minute or 3-minute designation, but that doesn't occur. And that's it. So, Commissioner Zabatoski, I asked you. You just stated that you did not feel that restrictions, and I agree. People, you should try to, everyone should do this, including me. I'm a culprit of it too. You should know when you, right, like now. The point is, I'll ask Commissioner Zabatoski will you agree with me not to implement this 1997 rule for today's meeting? Allow these individuals to have an opportunity to speak. Citizens, do the best that you can to convey your message in a timely manner, and let's move on with the meeting. Commissioner Zabatoski?
I have no objections to that, but I will tell you that if it continues, I will step forward and support this 97 resolution. We have business to handle, and I hope that you understand that a time limit is not necessary. Just speak your mind, speak your piece, speak it concisely, directly, and then let's move forward, and everybody gets an opportunity to speak, and we get the business done in a reasonable amount of time.
I will ask that everyone be respectful and not convey any personal attacks, and talk about the issue at hand. Mrs. Nazzar.
Number 5.
State the name, please.
Tiff. If this is such a great program and such a great opportunity, I would suggest that these people go privately for private investors. Why should the taxpayers have to pay for them to conduct a business? It doesn't make sense that the taxpayers finance somebody's private business.
Mrs. Mazza, I was going to answer your question. First of all, the TIF itself only goes to pay for the infrastructure of the property in question. Second of all, just to remind you that the Fayette Business Park was funded by a bond issue. So that business park there is still being paid for by county dollars. So when you drive on to Walmart or to wherever, understand that that was paid for, and Andrew, I think you're here somewhere, and maybe you can explain as well, that was paid for by county dollars through a bond issue. This TIF is not coming out of taxpayer pocket. It's a guaranteed construction of A, X, Y, Z, whatever they're building, and revenues that will increase the tax rolls once the TIF has expired. It is not giving them a tax abatement. It is strictly going to pay for the infrastructure that is needed on the property in order for it to be developed. Okay, so I just wanted to let you know that.
They're not going to not have to pay taxes for 20 years?
They're going to, right now they're paying a de minimis amount of tax dollars. As they construct, their assessment value will go up. Throughout the TIF, there'll be a percentage, whatever was negotiated. I think we were 90% or 95%. I don't know what the South Union Township was 100%. I'm not sure what the school district was, if they passed it at all. But they'll pay a portion. Then after that TIF expires, it will go to the assessed value.
Is this same program available to small local businesses? Or is it just for big businesses coming from out of the county?
I don't know the answer to that question, Mrs. Mez. I apologize.
Well,
the resolution would designate that particular parcel's area as a TIF. It would be a TIF district. So that would be that South Union area, that would be the TIF district. So any businesses going in could be subject to that. Is that correct, Andrew? That's correct. So only there in South Union Township, in that particular area, but if the commissioners vote today to pass that, it is designating, it's agreeing to designate that particular acreage, not the entire business park, correct? Okay, only that particular acreage, which is what, around 23 acres or a little less?
26.
26 acres as a TIF district. And so to answer your question, it's only for Cedarwood because they're the ones who own it, right?
Well,
but the county and the school district and the township will not be getting tax money. Am I correct or am I all wrong about this program?
It would be exempt from real estate property taxes for the designated period.
A percentage will be exempt. A percentage of it will be exempt.
Well, I hope you county commissioners will say no on that.
Mrs. Mazza, maybe to more accurately answer those questions, maybe it would be better for us to determine what actually qualifies a piece of property for this TIF process, and also how the money actually gets, how the money that is used to develop the infrastructure, how it gets paid back. So if Jeff, if you're out here somewhere, Jeff, or Andrew, whichever one would like to please stand up and explain, what qualifies a piece of property for the TIF, and explain how that money that's used and who pays that money up front, to develop the infrastructure, and then what mechanism is being used to pay for that large money.
Well, I mean, again, TIFs have been used all across the state. So to designate it as a TIF district, that's a designation by the municipality. So South Union Township, and then obviously to get the revenues, the other taxing bodies, the county and the school district have to agree. The property has to be certified as blighted, which it has been by an independent party according to the statute. And so that designation has taken place. South Union Township's Planning Commission made that designation a week ago, I believe it was. So it qualifies as a TIF district. The developer is going to pay taxes. They're paying 100% of the real estate taxes. All we're asking is that a portion of the increment, that increased tax revenue that's going to be generated from this development, taking the current taxes, real estate taxes they pay, which is about $13,000 a year, using that increase in taxes, because they're going to have a development that's worth much, much more than that, to be able to use a portion of that to help pay for the infrastructure, some of the infrastructure improvements. From the TIF, we're going to generate about $2 million in the ability to go out and borrow and help pay for some of these infrastructure improvements. The total development cost for this particular development is about $26 million. So Cedarwood's coming to the table with $24 million that they're willing to invest, and we're asking to use some of these public dollars generated by the TIF to help deal with some extraordinary costs that this particular site has. The mines need to be grouted. There's underground mines there's voids that have to be grouted. There's a tremendous amount of rock excavation that needs to take place, plus some other costs, some transportation costs. So we're just asking to be able to use some of those taxes to facilitate that development. As Commissioner Zapotowski indicated, the business park itself, the first phases, were funded with tax dollars. We invested about $17 million in various state and federal programs and the local bond issue to help facilitate that development. That 15 or 17 million leveraged about 75 million in private investment for that development of the business park. And we've never come to the county or the school district or the township in the past asked for any tax forgiveness. So right now that business park generates about $900,000 a year in property taxes to all three taxing bodies. And so we're just asking for this particular phase of the business park to be able, again, to use some of that tax increment to finance debt to help, pay for some of those infrastructure costs.
Sir, how could that area be called blighted?
It's according to the statute, so it's...
And when one thinks about blight, we think about downtown Bronzeville and its problems, correct?
And it's a different definition. So it's you're right. It's not the definition that we think of vacant buildings that are falling down. It's according to the statute. And the statute, and again, we hired a third party that does this all across the state, has done this for TIF districts all across the state, and they made that designation.
So what we're saying is this was originally a taxpayer-funded business park that over the time it's now a blighted business park. That sounds
not the entire business, not the entire business
just
park.
What you
just this particular parcel of land. It's because of the it's underutilized.
So inside this business park, there's a blighted piece of land that was paid for tax dollars prior. Does this remind anybody of anything else?
We're addressing Mrs. Mazza's questions, so we can't be getting into facts here, but various, everybody will have a chance. Any other questions, Mrs. Mazza?
Yes, I just urge you to say no on this. Now, under Commissioners, consider approval the purchase of 58 acres to be placed in economic development in North Union County for the Fayette County Justice and Rehabilitation Center in the amount of $1.25 million. Are you really serious about going to build a prison on a swampland full of sinkholes, undermined, pyrite? Are you really serious? Let her speak.
I don't have any documentation to that, the sinkhole. Do you?
Yeah. North Union, the two township supervisors told you on February 26th that land is not suitable for putting a building on. Well, they told you that.
We had, well, the North Fayette Township supervisors did not provide me with a geotechnical study, which we had provided, we were provided, and it clearly states and gives specific engineering specifications on how to put a slab-built building on that property. So it is feasible.
Okay, if you put a building on there and U.S. Steel comes in and says, we own the mineral rights for the coal underneath there, we're going to start mining, then what are you going to do?
I think that might be addressed in the agreement of sale or the special warranty deed. Is that Solicitor Cuff?
We have a provision in our sales agreement that gives us 90.
Yeah, they can't.
I'm sorry. We have a provision in our sales agreement that gives us 90 days of time to do a search. And during that 90-day search, those reservations would be located, and at that time, we would have to assess the reservation, and we may not want to go through with the contract.
In the specialty warranty deed, is that addressed, Solicitor Cuff? Didn't they reserve? Did not Fayette County reserve?
They reserved the right of way.
Okay, what else? Did they address the coal issue?
Yes, they did.
The only coal issues that I can recollect are the standard reservations that are a part of a Pennsylvania statute that appear in every agreement. Those should not be construed to indicate something that you would only determine by doing a search.
Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Shouldn't you know what restrictions you're going to have before you buy the land?
It's never done that way. Whenever you enter into a sales agreement, then you do the search. If you don't have a tentative agreement, you don't want to go through the expense of doing a search. After you have a tentative agreement, then you do the search, and if you don't like what the search says, then you don't go through with the agreement.
Yes, but the item on the agenda specifically says, consider approval of the purchase of 58 acres. Okay? It doesn't, huh?
There was supposed to be an agreement attached that was...
I don't care what was supposed to have been done. What I see on the agenda that 2 commissioners approved to advance, okay, says consider approval of a purchase, which means that everyone knows what that means. So that's, you're saying that's incorrect because what would be voted on today then would be to approve to enter into a sales agreement. Is that correct? And the sales agreement then says you have 90 days to do your due diligence, and then you would item would come back to the commissioners for approval.
You have 90 days to do your search.
Right.
If something is disclosed in the search, then you would have to come back here and decide whether or not you wanted to go through with the agreement or whether you wanted to void it.
Well, how would I or any citizens know what occurred in this 90 days if you don't publicly inform us?
I can't tell you what a search is going to reveal until we do the search.
I didn't say that. I said between, if it's signed today, the agreement is sale, okay, then you have 90 days. So who's to say whether or not something was found in that search or not, and how would I or the public know? You're saying that if nothing is found, then commissioners will just sign off on the deed, correct? And the public...
You'd close.
You'd close, okay, but no one would know that. Correct? In other words, you're not coming back to...
That depends on how much information you want to put out in the public.
Well,
I assume that you're going to do
Let's try to be respectful.
Okay, well, of course, I want to know, and I would imagine anyone sitting here, and plus all of those other individuals who, are, working, and or just could not that none of you work. I'm sure some of you have decided to, come here. But of course we want that information. I want that information. There's no guarantee that I'll get it. I already know that. but certainly it should be revealed to the members of the public. So this is approval to purchase.
If I'm paying taxes to the county and the county wants to buy land, I want to know that that land is suitable for the purpose it's being purchased. I don't want somebody going off on the deep end and buying swampland and especially at this cost, $1.25 million, and then buy it and then find out it can't be used. That's just ridiculous. This is tax money. This is these people and my money that's going to pay for this land. And I want to know what's going on with it. I don't want some
Mrs.
Well, it just doesn't make sense the way you're going about doing it, getting this land for the prison.
Mrs. Mazza, you had indicated your concerns about the land itself, and Commissioner Ambrosini stated that a geo study was performed. He was given that study on December 10th of 2013 via a letter from Michael Jordan, Fayette County, to Commissioner Ambrosini. I got that information, and I think one or two citizens got that information after that special commissioners meeting. Commissioner Ambrosini was referring to that geo study throughout that 3.5-hour meeting. One of the items that is listed in this geo study, first off, it was performed for Universal Well Services, not for the county. It was performed for Universal Well Services for their particular building structures, not for Fayette County for a jail. And let me read you 2 sentences out of the study that was done by construction engineering consultants out of, I think they're out of, hold on.
Pittsburgh.
Out of Pittsburgh. And it says, limitations. The recommendation listed above are based on, which is all of this, are based on the information currently available, which would have been August of 2013, about the proposed structures and site development, which is what was proposed for Universal Wells, and are applicable only to the client for which it was performed. Okay? Misinterpretation may occur by anyone other than whom the report was prepared. The report should only be presented in its entirety, and if there are any changes, and then it goes on to say that any changes in the planned construction, including site elevation, location or configuration of structures, and site improvements, may result in the recommendations of this report becoming invalid. I think that right there tells you, all of you understand what that means, right? Okay. So, you're basing a purchase on the intended purpose of another project that had 4 structures and the whole 9 yards, not on a 480 bed to 500 bed facility. And the report specifically says that it should not, or any changes in the project may change their recommendations. So
that isn't worth the paper it's written on.
No, it is as far as the prison is concerned, right? So when Commissioner Ambrosini says, well, that study was done and refers to it, you can figure it out.
Here again, let's be respectful. I do not appreciate personal attacks, and I would appreciate there not be any further outbursts from the crowd. Now that geo study was provided to us as an idea of what the findings were from a professional engineering firm. The buildings that were going to be placed on that property were 2-story office facilities. The jail's only going to be one story. Both are going to be slab built, and it went into great detail to determine what you had to do the footers. When we prior to us erecting the county jail, we will do an additional geotechnical survey of the footprint and the parking lots to determine, to make sure that the footers that we install are appropriate for that specific site. This is 58 acres of property. The jail is only going to have a footprint of 3 acres. So, you know, we're not using this study to build the facility. We're just using this as kind of a heads up on what was found last year when Universal Well commissioned this engineering firm out of Pittsburgh to do their geotechnic study. I mean, you know, and
so you're going to buy land and then get a geo study, hoping that the two mesh and you can build on that land after you buy the land.
Well,
and you don't know what the study's going to tell you.
We have 90 days to do all our due diligence before we close on the property.
And that's not what's said, though, at the February 26th meeting. I mean, everything was, and anytime there were questions about that property, and citizens and business owners who brought issues regarding, the lack of infrastructure and or flooding and things of that nature, Commissioner Ambrosini referred back to that geo study.
That's primarily because that's the best information we have right now. So why wouldn't I refer to it?
Well,
because it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply to the prison, so why would you use it?
Why you wouldn't refer to it is exactly what I read from the engineer, from the consultant engineer, that said any other changes. I already read it.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Cupp can explain the legal issues on any type of document or study that is going to be on the behalf of the producer of that study to try to reduce any type of liability issues.
Well, just 2 months ago, or maybe last month, you passed a resolution saying we will advertise for property that is suitable for a prison and see what the public has to offer. You never advertised. You passed a resolution. Did you not have any intention of not advertising? Did you just do that just to... Why did you pass a resolution and not follow through on it? You're following through on a 1990s resolution, but you can't follow up on a month ago's resolution.
Well,
Mrs. Mazza, first of all, and we're going way overboard here. We're going to be here till Friday at midnight if we keep going at this rate.
I'm willing to stay. I
know you are, but
I want answers to my question. If you would answer the questions, we wouldn't be here that long.
Well, I think we've already had some explanation of the TIF, and I'm not sure you heard how important that is for the county to create 500 or 600 jobs that we desperately need in Fayette County.
Where are you going to get 600 jobs in retail at a shopping strip mall?
Andrew, you want to address that?
Yeah, it is. Actually,
I mean, you're going completely off the subject. I'm talking about...
Listen to Andrew.
I said it had to be one employee for each prisoner, right?
We just now asked where 500 or 600 jobs are going to come from. I'd like to respond.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me where's 600 jobs coming in a retail store?
I mean, that's our estimate. I think it's a conservative estimate, is that the additional retail development that's going to occur, and these are new retailers.
You're asking us to subsidize payrolls of corporate entities. This is not right. These are minimum wage jobs. We're going to pay these people. Not only are we going to give you a tax break, we're going to subsidize their payroll with food stamps and Medicare and all kinds of... Ooh. Really? We're not dumb.
podium. Whoever at the podium is the designated speaker at that time. Everyone else will have a chance because I can't always hear.
We need to. We can't hear back here either.
Right.
Right.
Talk loud so we can hear you.
Mrs. Mazza, to answer that question, it was stated, it was reported by the Herald Standard that the planners have estimated about 600 jobs, 200 for the construction.
Oh, well,
And and 400 for the operation of businesses, all right? That was February 13th of 2014. That was when there was going to be a hotel. There's not going to be a hotel. Maybe some of those numbers may or may not change. But as of February 13th, with the hotel, it was 200 of, for the construction. So basically, it's 400 jobs that the planners had designated for the operation of the businesses, and that business included the hotel.
and you're on minimum wage jobs, except the construction. Yeah, I understand.
That's not correct, Mrs. Mazza. There's going to be management jobs, there's going to be, there's going to be maintenance jobs, there's going to be, you know, HVAC people, you know, these places have to operate.
Yeah, and usually a company, when they come in retail, bring their management team from someplace else because they don't take people off the street and give them a job in management. That just doesn't happen. These are all minimum wage jobs for local people. That's all they are. And I still urge you to say no.
I'm going to guess.
Okay, so you said you were just to say no on that. Do you have another agenda item?
Yeah, I have one more.
Okay, because you know, the reason you're taking so long is because Commissioner Ambrosini has asked, you know, Andrew to speak, and then we also, all three, what's so funny? And then all three of us have interjected to answer your questions. So if you're done with those two agenda items, what's your next one, please?
My next one is consider approval to establish rules for public comment for all commissioners meeting as attached. Well, I don't have anything attached. But I will tell you this, I've been coming to these meetings for a long, long time. I was coming to these meetings in the 90s when that resolution was first put into effect. It did not work then, it won't work now. I will not pay a toll telephone call to call the courthouse to say I want to speak. It is my right to get up at a public meeting and speak. And that's what I will do. And I will take 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, whatever it takes me to get my point across and to say what I intend to say without any restrictions whatsoever. And I advise you, err on the side of caution. And don't pass that. I will not follow any rules that tries to take my rights away from me.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Madsen.
I have 3 things on under 16 that I want to talk about. First of all, we had a meeting about purchasing the land in North Union Township, and I just want to tell you there's a organization out west, based I think in Wyoming, that monitors local political bodies who wish to build new prisons, and they have discovered that they all follow the same general methodology to do this. One is artificially inflating existing expenses to make it look because of the old prison, false reports about closing that prison because of the conditions of it by a higher authority, and the biggest thing is moving from an urban location to a remote suburban location. These are being paralleled by this body. And it sort of strikes me as being suspicious if nothing else. However, the ultimate goal of these bodies is to privatize that prison after they build it. In other words, sell it to somebody, and then a lot of money changes hands, and everybody is entitled to some of that money. Now, I'm going to ask you.
I'm not sure. Could you be more specific, because I'm not sure I understood what you just said.
You didn't.
No, I did not.
We did.
What I said was, there are certain methods that this organization has found that's prevalent in almost every incident where they want to privatize a prison so that everybody can make a pile of money. And the methods they use are exactly the same. They parallel the methods that have been done in this county. And so I'm going to ask you outright, is that your ultimate goal, to privatize the prison?
I don't support the privatization of the prison. I never have, never will.
You have no...
It's already private.
Absolutely not.
No goal to privatize the prison?
It's already private.
It will remain a county department.
It will never be privatized.
No.
It's already privatized.
Because typically, if you...
All right, one other thing...
The answer is no.
What?
The answer is no, it will not be privatized.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. I wanted your answer. All right, the next thing I want to touch on is a number of meetings ago we talked about Armstrong filming these proceedings, and I told you that they were told that the outfit that does film these proceedings they were told that that outfit would furnish them with a film or a tape of these proceedings, and I told you that that's never happened. Well, I attended a senior fair where Armstrong was present, and I asked the same gentleman that told me that why they just don't come back and take these proceedings. And he told me that somebody from the commissioner's office told them that they weren't welcome. I'd like to know who that person was. Who told them they weren't welcome? You don't know anything about that either?
There's nobody up here that told them that. I mean,
Well, I'll answer for myself.
They
I did not
haven't
tell them that.
They did not. They haven't been here since this administration took place, to my knowledge.
I thought the reason why they left is they wanted to get paid.
No, they were here.
This was
I
before
don't
this.
know.
But they were told that they would get a copy of the meetings, and they never got the copies of the meetings. And now he tells me that they were told by somebody from the commissioners meeting that they weren't welcome and they don't go. He said, "We don't go where we are not welcome." Those were his exact words. "We don't go where we are not welcome." And the last thing I want to touch on is the special meeting you held up in that cubbyhole. You violated the Sunshine Act. I don't know if you're aware of it, but you violated the Sunshine Act because you wouldn't move. You were asked to move to a bigger venue where all the people could be heard, all the people could hear. The people in the back of that, especially the ones in the back of that hallway and clear out into the reception area, could neither hear nor speak. That means that their rights under the Sunshine Act were violated. Therefore, you violated the Sunshine Act. Now, I hope none of them sue the county because the taxpayers have to pay for it. And I don't understand this administration at all. In my estimation, all the years that I've been coming to these commissioner meetings, this has to be the worst county government that's ever been.
You know, folks, you know, we have three areas of government. We have county, state, and federal government. I can assure you that if you go to the United States Congress and sit in the gallery, I'm real sure that they're not going to tolerate outbursts. I'm real sure the state house is not going to tolerate outbursts, and there's no reason why we should tolerate outbursts at this level of government. I'd like to keep things professional, and I implore you to please be respectful as we go through this meeting.
What is your definition of outburst?
Apparently the clapping, and we're not in Washington.
Applause shows approval.
We're not in Washington D.C. We're not in Harrisburg. We're in Uniontown, the county seat of Fayette County. They just simply clapped. Let's just move on. They didn't clap and go on for 10 minutes. They clapped as as citizens to say that they like what had happened. Let's just move on.
Okay. My name is Mary Beth Homestead.
No one.
My name is Mary Beth Homestead, MaryBethHomestek. And I have a couple questions regarding the agenda items I'd like to ask about before you vote on them. And my first question is about number 14, the recorder of deeds. Consider entering into a contract with IBM for implementation of the UPI system for recorder of deeds. Now, is that the same IBM company that is owned by Tom Murphy from Westmoreland County that was here last month?
That's correct.
And so he is, but that company didn't exist last month. It suddenly is now a legal company, corporation fit in the state.
Well, Mary Beth, we have Mr. Murphy here today, so I'd like to ask him to address that particular question.
It's the doing business as IBN.
Right.
Its insurance benefits network was incorporated in 2005 for the purpose of government insurances, and that was kind of mothballed. And then when I got into the UPI services, I had my attorney do a doing business as IBN.
Right.
Give it easy moniker, if you will, and that's all there is to that.
Let me just follow up.
And John, Mr. Cupp has been in contact with my attorney, got my corporate papers, and
the agreement and the statement that you made when you were present, it said IBN Inc.
Yes.
Okay. One of the news reporters contacted the Pennsylvania Corporation Bureau.
Yes, and she contacted me.
Specifically spoke with an individual who said that IBN Inc. was not incorporated on their corporation
and
bureau.
I explained to the reporter when she called me that it was a doing business as.
Okay, so in other words, you're saying that the document that you presented to us was incorrect, listed as an Inc. instead of a doing business as?
No, I'm not aware of the legalese on that.
It's not a legalese. I'm just asking, was it an IBN Inc.? That's all I want to know. Is it IBN, comma, Inc.?
Dot Inc.
Huh?
And it's doing business as.
So it's not Inc., it's DBA?
Yes. That would
Okay,
be more accurate if you would want to do that, but it still also would hold up as, when you do it, from what I understand, I'm not an attorney, but if you do it doing business as, it refers to the corporation itself.
Okay, let me ask a question of the solicitor. I'm interjecting here, Ms. Homestead, helping move this along and answer the question. IBN, comma, Inc. As of the day of that report, the day after that meeting, the Corporation Bureau said that it is not listed as a corporation, right? Okay. Is it a corporation or not?
The Insurance Business Network is. So the the proper way, and you haven't signed anything yet.
Yeah, I know that.
Is to have it say Insurance Business Network, Inc., DBA, IBM.
Okay, okay.
And
So
there are a couple other things that we'll talk about when Mr. Murphy gets to the podium.
Because, so the agreement of sale that was presented for approval, it needs to be modified because the agreement that was provided to us said IBN Inc., period.
Yeah, there are a couple other things, a professional services agreement.
Okay, and still on that 14, Mr. Murphy is from Westmoreland County, and last month's meeting, I believe Mr. Lawley or someone said that he's qualified, and basically no one from Fayette County is capable of doing that job. Was that job ever advertised in the courthouse for anybody to apply for?
Point of information, Mary Beth, I did not make that statement.
You told me that basically no one else is qualified in Fayette County to do that job.
I did not say that.
No, okay, I wrote that down. But
someone here in the room did say that, and either specifically said it, or that there is no other individual or company that is qualified to provide those services.
In our county, so there's no Fayette citizen that can do his job. Was it advertised at the courthouse, like in-house, whatever it's called?
No,
it's not a job, it's a professional service that he will be conducting to implement, to draft an ordinance, to implement an EPI program. So it's not a job per se. However, there will be an additional need for staff at the tax assessment office to assist in getting the program implemented. Mr. Murphy would only be providing his professional services, and it's my understanding that his company is the only one in the Commonwealth that has done this before. He's done this for other counties. I'll let him speak for that, but it's not a job per se.
Well, how much will he be getting paid for this job?
It would be in the contract, and I'm not sure the number off the top of my head right now.
I haven't seen any figure other than $1 per $1.
That salary will be
I'm
paid
not
to
sure.
him. Therefore, he is doing a job providing a service, but there's no one else in Uniontown that could do what he's going to do, come in and organize. Or Fayette County. Fayette County. There's no one capable.
Or any other county.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know that because the commissioner just said no, and I believe Tom Murphy also said no. However, you don't know that unless you seek proposals, and there have been from information that I gathered, some counties have done it in-house, and some counties, actually one county is in the process of having a consultant agreement with their GIS company to perform the UPI implementation. So to answer the question, there are other individuals, professionals, companies, whatever, out there. However, Fayette County did not go past Tom Murphy.
Okay, and I would also like to add a comment before you vote on agenda item 16. First, the second sentence, to consider approval to establish rules for public comment. And I'm just curious, Commissioners, what spurred you to be talking about this issue that Tuesday morning, the day of the referendum rally taking place outside, when we had 3,700 concerned people's names to speak and to let us be heard, and then the next day in the paper, headlines, you're basically denying us the right to speak, the right to film. What happened that day? Was it because of your behavior at that Wednesday meeting that's on film, the erratic behavior of so many public officials at that Wednesday 8:30 meeting when Mr. Killinger stood up and like blah, blah, blah? I mean, is that what prompted you to silence us? Because it backfired? Because nothing happened. The people at that meeting Wednesday did not yell. They were very calm, well-spoken. They showed their pictures. There was no disturbance by the citizens. The disturbances were by volunteer whatever or another professional out in the hallway. So why should we be silenced the next day? I mean, because of that. you scheduled it at 8:30, knowing they were done 15 meetings. After that, well, you could have did the meeting and ended our meeting. Why silence us? What is it related to? Is this weird that you would just suddenly want to implement this? And then you also in the paper stated there would be more constraints announced at the April meeting. Now, how are you going to make it even? What are you going to do then to make it tighter? Because you were in the paper saying that there's something going to be at the April meeting. You will implement more restrictions.
Who were you talking to? Because I don't know about the article in the newspaper. Wasn't called.
There was a statement that Commissioner Ebersine
I wasn't called to comment on it, so I'm not aware of it.
Well, I have the article somewhere where it said it will be somewhere. It's either in the Herald. I have the Trib right here. I think the Herald may have referenced that more will follow at the April meeting. I have the Herald also, if you can get it. I have it in my...
Well, that's okay.
One of the two newspapers quoted or summarized Commissioner Ebersine saying that there could be additional modifications made at the April meeting. That's what I read.
Right, and it sort of was...
Well, you'll have to ask Commissioner Ebersine.
Yes, Commissioner Ebersine, what did you mean by more will be implemented in April?
This is the resolution. We don't have a resolution number on here, do we? Or is it not?
Well, you can't because you haven't passed it yet.
This is the resolution that was produced off of what we do here and what other counties do to make it a reasonable, common sense approach to hearing their comments.
And who chose those other counties to look at? Why not look at Allegheny?
We asked.
You asked, and out of 67, only 3 have something.
Three or four submitted comments. That doesn't mean that all these other counties don't have rules.
But why did you look at the Berks, Bucks? You looked at strange little counties.
Berks is not a strange little county. I'm not sure. I'm sure Berks would take offense to you calling them a strange little county.
I don't know where any of these are really. I just know our general.
I don't know what counties all that they looked at, but the point is, your question is, what additional modifications did Commissioner Ebersine
I'll read this when we get to the...
Okay, so the simple question is, if this is it, is there anything more to be added?
In April.
In April. Or is this what's going to be proposed? What's here now?
This is what's proposed right now.
Okay, this is what's proposed right now today. Okay. Is there any
April would be
is there any inclination that more would come?
No, this is I've read this, it seems to be appropriate.
Okay. There, you got your question.
So in April, when I come to the April meeting, there won't be more restrictions on the agenda to vote on.
That's what he just said.
I want to hear him.
This resolution,
right,
and we'll provide some copies of it so everybody can know what to expect in April, but so this is it.
Yeah, that's it. In April, you're not going to have an agenda item to do this, this, and this regarding our speech.
No, if this passes today, Mary Beth, this is what's going to be in place for April.
Right, and there may be some individuals out there who may wish to comment on that who hasn't even seen it. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, and then I also would like to comment before you vote on the same item 16 regarding the purchase of those 58 acres. Someone said a few moments, I don't remember who, referenced a small, you're only going to be using a small footprint of that land, 6 acres, 10 acres. Why did you buy 58?
Well, that's what was proposed to us from the owner. And
Fay Penn?
Yes.
And well, you could buy what you need. Why buy 60 acres when you're going to need 10? You can get a cheaper deal.
Because the owner chooses not to sell it piece by piece.
Well, I spoke to Mr. Jordan Thursday, and then suspiciously he resigned on Friday. It was really weird.
I don't know. Us three now today. I don't know what could happen.
But it was, I spoke to him Thursday and asked him about the value of his land. And he said his land was so valuable because it came with sewage, water, and internet. And I told him there is no internet because Mr. Lasky referenced that at one of the meetings. And he said the sewage property, it came so well built that if his property is actually worth more than 125, he quoted, it's really close to 1.50 million, not the 1 point. It's so valuable. But then that other company pulled out, the well, some kind of well company, because of the issues.
No,
They left, and they took Bay, they moved into Bay. But there's photos out there of that property. But I'm just wondering, why didn't you say we'll buy 30 acres? I mean,
I think I just,
because they wanted
the owner chose to sell the 58 acres as a plot.
Did she negotiate?
We had no option. I mean, yeah, I mean, so, and that's fine because it's actually a very good price for the property. The county.
130 was the assessment, correct?
Well, there's two assessments by county code that we had to do. One was from the assessment office in the county. The other was by an independent realtor, and both values came up above the asking price that Fayette had quoted us.
What were those values?
They were in a ballpark of 1.3 million plus.
Because Mr. Lukács said that one was 1.30, and they were done the day before that Wednesday meeting. He stated they were dated February 28th, and I think that meeting Wednesday might have been the 29th.
No.
I think he said they were out there looking at the property.
On the 28th, on the day before.
The day before, yes.
No. That special meeting was held Wednesday, February 26th.
26th.
Okay,
the 25th.
Wait a minute. Wednesday, February 26th. The director, the chief assessor, in response to a question I asked, stated that he and the county appraiser, who we often use, Frank Coppolino, visited the site the day before, and for the purpose of preparing an appraisal. Okay, that's what Bill Lukács stated.
Before it was even voted on.
Correct. Okay, and we later found out by reading the Coppolino report that it was actually completed on February 25th.
That's what I was told. That's what I was told by the county, which is just weird because at that meeting on film, I think I heard you ask somebody at the table about that.
Right, and the resolution was to negotiate and authorize to have appraisals done.
Okay.
Well, but it was already done the day before. So in essence, if it was already done the day before, somebody had to ask him even before that.
That's
so that answers your
what I'm
question.
trying to bring up because the dates I was told just doesn't fit in with what was.
Okay.
I didn't come to that meeting. And then continuing on with number 16. I'm sorry. Have you done any follow-up regarding the flooding issues? And have you have an estimate of the cost of sewage yet? However much sewage is going to cost to help that site run. I mean, do you have those figures yet? An estimate of how much it's going to cost to build a sewage treatment plant or module?
We have, right now, we have 3 different options for sewage. One is to go through the North Union collection system that will end up in the Greater Uniontown sewage treatment plant, which is actually currently where the sewage goes from the current county jail. The other option is to use the Dunbar Borough sewage treatment plant, and the third option is to put a standalone package plant For the prison itself, we are evaluating all 3 potential costs to complete that.
Doesn't Dunbar Borough though have an issue already with sewage? They're having a...
Dunbar Borough right now has 2 modules in their sewage treatment plant. They have, which each module can treat 150,000 gallons a day. So they currently have a capacity of 300,000 gallons. They will issue an RFP within the month to have a 3rd module installed, which will be an additional 150,000 gallons. We can do a modification to the 537 to allow the jail to have capacity in that 3rd module. Again, the 3rd option is to put in a separate package plant. The only requirements to a package plant, according to the DEP, is that the Dunbar Township Sewage Authority operate the plant, and when sewage is available, potentially otherwise, if there wasn't going to be any other sewage available otherwise, that plant be decommissioned after there was municipal sewage available.
And who would pay for them to get that additional sewage thing up and running? The county?
It would be a combination of grant money and also, we have included in the project cost money for sewage expansion.
So that 30 million ballpark figure includes all of that?
Yes, it does.
If I may, Commissioner, most times that you see upgrades to sewage facilities, traditionally there are 2 sources of funding. One is through the United States Department of Agriculture, through RUS, it's referred to. The other one is through PenVest, which is a loan that has a low interest rate and a long-term form of repayment. So both, but that must be added to the 537 before you can petition either of the 2 agencies in question.
So do you have permits already to start doing like surveying and being on that property already? Are you out there with, people surveying and equipment yet? Do you have physical machines on that property?
No, there's
there's nothing there. It's just still, you haven't started doing anything yet.
No, we need to do our due diligence with with the property itself.
And just one final, I'd just be curious, why don't you want to have it called a prison or a jail, sir?
Well, that's a good question, and I'll answer that. First of all, as everyone knows, and Fayette County is not unique to the tremendous increase in the crime rate. In fact, Fayette County has the 2nd highest crime rate in the county. Out of all 67 counties, we are the 2nd highest. And so one of the things is, there's 2 problems. There's 2 major problems with our current facility. One is it's too small. That's why we have to send inmates outside the county to 6 to 7 different county jails at a high cost.
Yeah, we're aware of that.
Okay. The second problem is we have our current facilities are very inefficient. Now, as you can well imagine, our county jail was built in 1889, so it's 125 years old. It was originally intended for 65 inmates. In that particular building, we're keeping nearly 200 there. So we're actually using spaces in that jail that were originally meant for storage rooms. We actually have double bunks in there.
We've gone all through that. I'm just
Okay, well,
Just a second.
Yeah,
I'm
we know all
answering
that.
your question.
Yes.
The problem is we have a lot of problems, and we have to address a bunch of problems to make this successful. First of all, we're not doing much more than warehousing inmates. We put people in our jail that have a sentence of no more than 23.5 months. Just to
But I
make
asked the
that
question,
point.
why did you choose the Hall of Justice and Rehab? That should be a pretty simple answer. You've heard all this.
Can I interject real quick? He was quoted in the paper, or it was summarized in one of the papers, because
Commissioner, I'd like not to be interrupted,
okay,
please.
well, can I cut to the chase a little bit here?
No,
Okay.
she asked me the question.
Well,
You're not answering it. That's why this is taking so long. Just answer. Why a justice center versus a jail?
You can answer Commissioner Zimmerlin if you know.
No, the reason why we're calling it that, it was reviewed by the project team. We're going to put in place a lot of programming that we currently can't do because we have no space.
We all know that. We've said this for months as we've read this. But
some of these people are new here. They may not know.
Well, I'm asking a question to you. I'm just answering my question, and then they'll know. Why not? Why isn't it a prison or a jail?
The reason we're calling it that, because that's what we're going to do inside the walls of
Well, you
this
should have
prison.
been, you're doing that now here. You should have been doing it
No,
here.
we're not doing that
You put it
now.
off for 2 years. What happened to the court?
You're getting a little argumentative here.
Where's the guard?
This is not. We're not doing that now. We have no space.
Because you staffed the jail.
And we have plenty of studies and reports that clearly specify by professionals that we have no space in our existing county jail for these programming efforts.
So those professionals said it sounds better if it's called a Hall of Justice and Rehab for those people than a jail. They'll feel better if they're in a Hall of Justice and Rehabilitation, and they'll get better because of the name if it's not called a jail, right?
No.
Then why don't you just call it Fayette County Prison?
If you would let me speak for a minute, I'll let you know. Please. We're doing a number of things that are new to Fayette County. Besides the new programming we're going to establish for mental health, 20% plus of the inmates are people who have behavioral health problems. And these people aren't bad people. They just don't know any better. They've made mistakes, and they end up in our county jail.
Mentally ill, prison statistics, 30 or 40% statewide.
Well, I'm being conservative when I say 20%. It's probably more than that. But these are the people that we can help through education, through counseling services, through psychological services. We don't have any place to do that in our current facility.
You add on to the current facility and do it.
We
chose not to.
In addition, we're working with Penn State to develop internship programs.
Right.
To
said that 2 months ago.
And I'll say it again because apparently you forgot.
I know. I'm just asking, why do you want to call it that?
Because the simple answer is, Mary Beth.
Yes.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to rehabilitate people. We have to reduce the recidivism. And the only way to do that is to provide these services, whether it's people with multiple DUIs, whether it's people that have the petty theft issues.
Loud muffler, didn't pay their fine, so they're in jail after 3 citations for loud muffler.
Okay,
Mary Beth.
that's a question, okay? Did he answer?
He didn't answer it, but
the facility is going to be named because of what the processes we're going to do inside of that facility.
And you decided that, correct? That was your
It was a group decision, it wasn't my decision.
Okay.
And then
So to summarize, it's what he said and was quoted in the newspaper, summarized in the newspaper many months ago when they came up with the whatever the name of it is.
The Fayette County Justice and Rehabilitation Center.
And he then said, because he wants the building sign to show what is going on behind the doors. Okay?
Thank you.
Simple answer.
And then you were also quoted in the paper regarding this, when the new jail is built, where it's going to be built, it's going to have trees around it, and you're disappointed that people won't be able to see it when they drive by because it will be so pretty.
It will be
Look like a school. Look like a school.
It could look like a school, or it could look like a business.
And you're disappointed that we won't be able to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for the people who don't want to see a county jail, that'll make them happy, but...
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, Commissioners, my name is Frank Rutherford, International Representative for United Mine Workers, and I represent 70 of the bravest employees you have in the county, and those are the COs that you have over at the prison right now, that's responsible for the care, custody, and control of some of the worst inmates there is in the state. This prison can't live up to Title 37, which is requirements from the Department of DOC. We can't have proper procedures to secure the safety of these COs because of the size of the prison, the size of the cells, and the procedures just can't be adopted to. I think we ought to look at saying, hey, it's about time we look at the workers in this county that's dealing in that prison, and let's move on and build a new prison. You have the executive authority to make that vote. Let's make it vote today on 58 acres. Let's get it involved, let's get it done, because otherwise the county's going to be responsible for not only those 70 COs that we have, there's going to be lawsuits coming down from inmates, and it's going to be a lot cheaper to build a prison instead of just paying frivolous lawsuits for inmates because the conditions, which is deplorable. This jail is worse than third world country jails. That's the truth. Thank you very much.
Let's give this man respect.
Okay, and I'll just make one comment on that. Okay, sir, you said that you represent the 70 COs. Well, there's been a number of COs that have pulled me aside and said they do not think that the new jail should be built and gave their reasons, but they won't go on record, and they said that they won't go on record because for fear of their job. So everybody has an opinion. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir.
I want to address, I can address either one of any one of the commissioners.
Could you state your name, please?
My name's Donald Coleman. I'm a Vietnam veteran, as you can tell. I'm very proud of it. My country made me unproud of it for a lot of years. And Mr. Ambrosini, if you're trying to take the right away from people to talk, you're very wrong. There's been a lot of young men and women die for that flag and our freedom. This guy here don't know what he's talking about. When I went to Fort Benning, Georgia, I'm going to talk. If I went to Fort Benning, Georgia, I sat on commodes and bumped elbows with each other. There was no privacy. Showers were no privacy. I didn't do no crime to get in there. So I'm not concerned about a child molester or somebody goes in and beats up some old lady or old woman for their money. I'm not real concerned about how they have to live, okay? And another thing, all these people that signed that petition, you ought to honor that. You ought to honor it, Mr. Zapotowski, because I know you're a better person than that. And you need to break away from what's going on here and be your own man. I'm a Democrat. I'm going to talk. You ain't going to shut me up, Al. You tried to do that before.
You have to not make any personal attacks, please.
Come on.
What did I do a personal attack on?
Right.
Well, I assure
You have a problem with that, Vince?
I assure you, sir, I am my own man.
Do you have a problem with me saying that to you?
I would prefer that if you were going to make that.
Oh, I'm sorry,
statement
then.
that you made that
I'm sorry. I'm a Democrat. And I'll tell you what.
But again, Mr. Coleman, I know you, you know our relationship, I talked to you.
That's exactly right, and I'm allowed to talk.
And the bottom line is, I do think for myself, I am my own man. If you want to discuss this matter further, I'll move more than...
No, you don't want to discuss it. I'm allowed to say what I feel.
Please do.
And you people don't understand the people, who is actually going to pay for this prison?
Not you.
The cost of this prison.
No, I just want to know who is going to pay for it in the end. Who is going to foot the bill for the prison? Straight answer.
The cost of, and this is an easy one. We've done the economic study. Because of the fact we're sending, because of the inefficiencies, I'll just cut to the chase. Because of the inefficiencies, we are wasting $2.5 million of your tax money every year, and that's only going to escalate if we don't stop it now. The debt service for this facility will probably only be 1.8 to 1.9 million. So the debt service that will pay for the cost of this prison not only will be fixed and it won't be escalated in the future, it will actually provide a savings to the county because that will save us.
I'm not here to say we don't need a new jail. Okay, I'm not here to say that. I'm asking who's paying for it.
Bottom line is this.
It will save the taxpayers' money.
Who's paying for it, Al?
It will pay for
the taxpayers are ultimately paying for it.
Thank you, Mr. Zabatowski.
Okay. But the fact is, we're wasting so much money now.
You're wasting a lot of time right now. You know, I asked you a simple question. Mr. Zabatowski answered it simple.
But also,
okay? Another question I have, sure. Mr. and Mrs. Zimmerling, Mr. Ambrosini and Mr. Zabatowski, I want each one of you to answer me separately.
Please, okay.
Who pays you, Mr. and Mrs. Zimmerling?
The county tax dollars.
Who pays you, Mr. Ambrosini?
County taxpayers.
The people of Fayette County.
Okay. Now, why wouldn't you want to listen to the people that signed this petition and let them have some input on this deal? I'm not here to say we don't need a new jail. I'm saying you started out wrong. The people need to have a voice in this. This is a democratic way, okay? Any veteran would say that. That's a democratic way. You vote on stuff. It's a simple thing like a sportsman's club. You vote who becomes president. The members get involved. Why can't the members get involved in this?
We still, last time I checked, Don, we still have a representative Democratic government.
But you know what I mean, Al. Let the people vote on it. If they want this prison now, say yes. If you don't want it, say no. And let's start all over and let the people get involved, just like that girl brought up about the name of the prison. Why can't the people decide what they want on the name, the front of this prison?
I think the
question... Then what we need to do is just go away and you everything on referendum.
You work for us now. You work for us. I know that's hard for you to say.
Yeah, but you
work for me. We elect you people. Well, you laugh. It's not no joke. Do you work for me, Mrs. Zimmerling?
Yes.
Okay. But it's not hard to say. I only got one, just like I said.
I work for actually 136,600 people.
That's exactly right.
So am I going to listen to a small percentage of those people?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of people here's real concerned about it.
Well,
there's a lot of people who don't care about it.
Wait, I will say this, okay? He said 136,600. That's how many individuals reside in Fayette County, okay? Not all of those individuals are registered voters, okay? That referendum, I don't know the exact number, but it was like 3,700 plus. Well, how many registered voters are there in Fayette County? What, about 90,000? Is that right? 90,000, I believe. So 3,700 out of 90,000. And then how many actually voted in the last election, which is like 21%. The amount comes down.
I think the commissioners ought to honor it. You know, I think it's a democratic way, and I think it's wrong by not honoring that and saying, hey, maybe we ought to let these people get involved in this and help decide what we're going to do with their money.
Well, I think that
I mean, I don't, see, I'm not a real educated man, Al, or Vince, or Angela, but a lot of it's common sense.
I believe that
I mean, the people should have something to say, and the people shouldn't be limited to 3 minutes. And I've already been up here too long. I understand that. I should have said what I said and get shut down. But sometimes you won't let me too, you know. You won't answer my questions, and
the third, Mr. Coleman, from the way I understand that referendum question, it wasn't just to stop the prison, new construction.
No.
Right? It was to explore all options.
The people involved, that's what I signed it for. And I'm not kidding you. It's not like, well, we don't need that. Yeah, we need it. But I don't think that's really how these prisoners got to live in this facility. Should be a big concern of mine. Okay, we got young men and women that are living in way worse condition as of right now. No. Am I correct or not?
This is the first time I've had a cold one.
Correct.
I suppose there's...
Well, maybe you wouldn't understand, Al, but I'm just saying, they are living in way worse conditions than what these guys are sitting in this prison. You know, I'm sorry, I don't feel sorry for them. I was always taught it's a bad place to go, and when you go there, you'll never want to get back. That's the way I think it should be, you know. And I'm not against, we need a new jail. Maybe we ought to add on. Maybe we ought to let the people have a little bit of input in it. That's my big thing. Why are not you letting people have some input in it? That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Any other public comments on the agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the proclamations.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Terry Chris. I'm going to be informative and to the point, having only several questions that require a short reply. This is concerning item number 16, the Commissioners. Consider placing on the agenda approval of the purchase of the 50 acres from Fayette County for $1.25 million. Whereas Fayette County believes that the best interest of the county can only be met by building a new prison. No, Al, only you, Vince, and your prison working group seem to believe that. The rest of us believe that the old stone jail is not falling down. It does not need structural restoration. What it does need is cosmetic restoration, such as plastering, air circulation, plumbing, etc., which can be done along with building or expanding the annex. All at a cost to the taxpayers can afford. You said nothing. You said renovating the jail and building another annex is too costly, yet you have no estimates to prove otherwise. No one is saying that action should not be taken to address overcrowding and the physical condition of the jail. What property owners are saying is that anything done must be within the financial constraints of us property owners who foot the bill. We are second as being the poorest of the counties, with companies closing and laying off the tax-paying workforce. I am a property owner, which makes me a taxpayer. I am self-employed and work hard for every dollar. I expect the government that takes my money to spend it wisely. I also expect my government to be honest and forthcoming with the public they serve. Continue on item 16. Fayette County believes that the parcel proposed by the Fayette County Economic Development Council is the best parcel for use as a prison. Once again, Al, only you, Vince, and Fayette Penn believe that. The entire community of Mount Braddock, along with the businesses located along Mount Braddock Road, and the North Union Township supervisors do not want that parcel used for a prison, and the hundreds of signatures I got on the prison referendum petition prove that. They all agree the prison should stay in Union Town where the system is already in place. Most of the residents and all the businesses agree this prison proposal is not economic development as defined and should never be permitted in an industrial park, taking up 58 acres of prime tax-generating property intended for private investments and business growth. Did you two or your prison working group go door to door throughout Mount Braddock, or to the business owners, or to the township supervisors, asking if they were okay with this prison on this parcel of land? Of course you did, or we wouldn't be here today. Continue.
Yeah, actually, the closest property owner did endorse the jail.
Who's that?
Mr. Joey Salyerell.
I appreciate you saying that today. That's very informative.
He's a property owner. His property is actually adjacent.
Why don't you let us
Okay.
Okay, let's try to be
No, it was just
I mean, he's a property owner. Is there a problem
But there are a lot of others, Al. Did you talk to them?
in the entire community of Mount Braddock. If you ever walked a community yourself door to door, I mean every door in your life, ever, any door to door in the whole community.
I have.
Finish, have you?
Not for this, not for the prison issue, but I have.
Anything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You've walked the whole community door to door, the entire town, and its business community. And you've all done that, guys.
I've watched several. Every elected official does that when they get
And no, you go off a list of what D or R's on the street and you bop back and forth.
Right.
You don't go door to door. You've never done that. I did that in Mount Braddock, door to door, every residence and every business on Mount Braddock Road. Everyone signed that petition. It's unanimous. It's not an opinion. It's an entire community. That's something you should have thought about maybe before you just wanted to throw it in that community. Ask the residents.
Did you go to Mr. Salyerell's house?
Did I go to Mr. Do you really need me to answer that question in this room?
So the answer is you did not go to everybody's house in that community.
Okay, I went to 250 homes and 12 businesses except one. Does that make the difference? The entire community speaks, but Mr. Salyerell is important today because he's the closest guy. Does Joey Salyerell live on that property, Al?
No.
Does he live on the property? The guy who's made the statement, does he physically live on that property?
I don't know. He has
I can tell you
he has a business on the property.
Does he live on the property? You brought this up, okay? I'm answering you. He does not.
He owns the property.
Does he live on the property?
I just said I don't know.
I'm telling you he does not. And that makes a big difference when somebody owns something and somebody lives there. Big difference. You understand that philosophy? So for you to just bark out to me after I told you about a whole town and a whole community, one man's for it, and happens to be my neighbor that doesn't live on the property, I don't see how that holds credence in any of this. I really don't.
That's your opinion.
That's what I'm entitled to, correct? Item 16. Whereas the Fayette County has investigated the purchase of said parcel, obtained appraisals, and determined that the purchase of said parcel is appropriate under all circumstances. I have to question the circumstances surrounding the appraisals. Beginning with the special commissioners meeting held February 26th, a question was asked and you, Al, answered it. We will be getting 2 appraisals on the Fayette Penn property. It is in the resolution. Another question was asked and your chief assessor, Bill Lukacs, responded that he was at the said property the morning of the 25th, together with certified general appraiser Frank Capolino. First off, these two know better and should have never been there together. And in my and many others' opinion, there's a conflict of interest. Then I discovered that Capolino had already finished his appraisal and it is dated February 25th, a day before the special commissioners meeting, and on the same day he was there with Lukacs. A $1.335 million appraisal with the same day service, not bad. Chief Assessor Lukacs' $1.384 million appraisal is dated March 3rd. Problem is, Lukacs has no appraisal credentials, just assessment credentials. And ladies and gentlemen, there is a big difference. We should all find it very interesting that a certified appraiser and a county assessor have only a $49,000 difference between them on a $1.3 million piece of property that the majority commissioners have already agreed to pay Fayette Penn $1.25 million for. Item number 14, Recorder of Deeds. Entering an agreement with IBN Inc. for the implementation of the UPI or Unified Parcel Identifier System for the Recorder of Deeds office. At the February 18th Commissioners meeting, Agenda 18, you wanted to enter into an agreement with Tom Murphy for the same services. Which is it today? And I think you did answer that, or the gentleman did. It's IBN.DBA. Is that correct? It's not Tom Murphy. It's not IBN Inc. It's not IBN.
What is it, John Cup?
Insurance Benefits Networking, DBA, IBN, Inc.
Okay. The vague content of these 2 agenda items prohibits anyone from the public to know the facts about what you're about to vote on today. Only after questions surfaced at the last commissioners meeting did we learn anything about this lucrative agreement. Commissioner Zimmerlich explained that 9 other counties implemented the system in-house, with a few of them hiring consultants to help them. She offered alternatives. Did either of you, and Mr. Zapatowski's gone, look into any of them? So Angela offered some, gave you some answers. Did you have the time to look into any of those alternatives?
Well, Mr. Chris, when this project was started, and I'll go clear back to July 13th, 2012. I wrote an email. Now I was in office 6 months at the time. I had an opportunity to tour the prison. I talked to many people, and it turns out that it was pretty obvious because of the number of lawsuits and so forth. The fact that we were sending inmates outside the county, and that we had
what's this got to do with this?
The UPI.
I don't think that's what he's talking about.
What's this got to do with the UPI? I asked you, did you look into any of the alternatives that Commissioner offered about hiring other consultants?
You're still on the recorder of deeds?
Yeah, I'm on recorder of deeds.
Okay.
So my question was, she brought up at the last meeting, there was other counties that did in-house, and other counties possibly hired a consultant. I'm asking you, did either of you look into any of it? And you were absent, Mr. Zapatowski. We brought up about last time the IBN and Angela offered other alternatives of consultants in counties in-house doing it. And I'm asking you here now, did either of you look into any of these alternatives?
We had, starting last year, the Recorder of Deeds office asked the commissioners to consider voting to put this process in place. We've had at least 2 or 3, I didn't attend all of them, but we had, I think, at least 3 informational meetings to discuss it with the Recorder of Deeds office, with our solicitor, with other, actually the president of the Bar Association.
Plus with Tom Murphy himself.
But was anybody in the public invited to this?
Murphy attended at least one, I believe. To let us know what
he had to offer?
Yeah, what he had to offer.
And there was a public meeting for this? Where the public could attend and ask questions and listen?
No, these were not public meetings.
Okay, so we're still, the public, flying in a blind here because we don't really know the facts. That's the problem. But to get back to that question, she brought up alternatives. It's been a month. Did you look into any alternatives or other consultants, or are you just dead set with this gentleman's proposal? That's my question.
Well, this is a timing issue.
Yeah, come on. I'm asking you a simple question here. Did you look into any other alternatives, yes or no?
We talked to the Recorder of Deeds to see if he knew of any other alternatives, and he recommended Mr. Murphy.
In the last 30 days? I'm saying since our last meeting here.
That was probably, that probably happened last year.
It was before we did the budget, because we've allocated revenue for the EPI program in the budget. I don't know what the exact amount is off the top of my head.
It's $450,000 on the revenue side.
Thank you.
To answer your question, the answer is no.
Correct.
There has been no request for proposals, no bids, nothing. One consultant, one professional, one consultant had come to at least one meeting. Were you at any more, Mr. Murphy? One or more meetings?
I was at this body's meeting for an agenda meeting that the public and you asked me questions, and yes. I gave detailed information about my services. So there was a public meeting, but as far as that goes, as far as I know, there was no public meeting outside of this one that I attended to explain my services.
Okay, so in the conference room in the courthouse, okay, you were at one meeting. Were you there? Were you at any other meetings in the courthouse?
2.
2. Thank you. Okay, okay. So outside of this meeting, you've also had 2 information, as he calls them, 2 information.
Correct. At the behest of the Recorder of Deeds.
Okay. That answers the question, but how many meetings he attended. However, to answer your question, there's been no seeking of other professionals to provide this service. Just one. Yeah. Okay.
Did Mr. Murphy tell you that he was only the impetus of getting the Westmoreland County Commissioners to implement the UPS system? In fact, it was their own in-house IT group, along with Recorder Deej Murphy, that made it happen. And interestingly enough, without an outside consultant or a 10% document fee. On a budget page from Dave Milosky, he anticipates a revenue stream to Fayette County of $450,000 for 2014 for implementing the UPI system. Is this a correct figure? It's in your budget.
It's an estimate, yes.
But he put it in your budget for a $450,000. He's hoping that's what's coming in the door, correct?
Oh, I'm sure that's a very conservative estimate.
Oh, and it's conservative? Oh, so it could be much higher?
Potentially, it could be.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that means Tom Murphy will be receiving at minimum $45,000 a year for the next 5 years with an automatic renewal. That's $250,000. I don't know of another vendor that does business with this kind that receives a 10% royalty for 5+ years for consulting work. You have publicly stated that you're going to hire another full-time employee in the recorder's office. I do believe Department Head Dave Milosky and his office staff have the expertise to implement this UPI system and run it.
That is not correct.
That's my opinion, I said that.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Oh, that's okay. I think you have professional staff that are well paid that have the mentality to do that job. If the county or the recorder of the deeds office really needs this new revenue stream, then why give away $250,000 in profits to Tom Murphy for the next 5 years when it can be done in-house for the cost of labor? As a self-employed businessman, I'm envious of Tom Murphy's 10% royalty for the next 5 years. Plus, but as a homeowner and taxpayer, it infuriates me to think that our majority commissioners want to pay $250,000 to a consultant because they don't have the confidence in their own professional staff to implement this system like other kinds have done. I urge you 3 commissioners to not vote to enter into this agreement and to please explore other cost-saving options. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on the agenda items?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michael Cavanaugh. My items are under 16. You have that you're going to approve Attorney John Cupp as the interim chief solicitor. Does this mean that Mr. Berkeley is now gone?
Mr. Berkeley's services were completed on March 17th, which was yesterday. He's met the requirements of his duties. So, yes, to answer your question.
So he's no longer employed with the county, and
Well, I don't know that. I just heard that just now. Okay.
Are you taking a vote to?
Well, right, there's a contract that says it.
I don't see it on here to.
Well, there will be a vote there is an agenda item to name a new interim county solicitor.
There's an agenda item to name John Cupp as the interim chief solicitor. There's no agenda item that says that Ken Berkeley's contract will be terminated. That was going to be one of my questions. And apparently it's already been terminated. I guess 2 commissioners already terminated the contract. Is that right?
That will be discussed today.
Unless
Mr. Berkeley longer.
No. My question is you just said that his services were completed as of March 17th. So Commissioner Ambrosini, you just said that. Commissioner Zabatowski, you agreed to that as well?
Mr. Berkeley.
I asked Commissioner Zabatowski.
I have not seen any documentation that has terminated Mr. Berkeley's services.
Okay.
I'm only going based on what Commissioner.
Okay, so one commissioner, you just said they were completed today, or yesterday, not 2 commissioners.
And that's not what's in your agenda item. Nothing references Mr. Berkeley. My follow-up to that is how much was he paid, and is the report available that he was going to develop for you, an extensive report on how to
yes.
Lawsuit avoidance or something?
The report is complete with various recommendations.
And is that going to be available to the public?
It already is.
Okay.
And if it was, He's paid $4,000 a month, so was his contract prorated? Or is he being going to pay $4,000 for the whole month of March?
No, it'll be prorated.
Sorry. Okay, well, that should be in the resolution, so.
Okay, my next item was the establishment of public comment rules at the commissioners' meetings. I'm slightly encouraged, Mr. Zabatowski, that you're not wanting to suppress the public. You've had a World War II veteran and a Vietnam veteran here who, you know, when you look at that flag, you know what the red stands for? That's our freedom to come here and question you. I'm not personally attacking anybody, as it's been stated. When I come here and I ask questions, pointed questions, it's about your actions as public servants. Okay? So, you know, I'm not in favor of any restrictions on public comments. You know, the meeting's been orderly, it's been lengthy, but, you know, there are a lot of questions to ask here. But I am encouraged that you're telling me at the beginning of this meeting that you're not in favor of restricting. That would assume that maybe you aren't going to potentially vote for this resolution that Commissioner Ambrosini so dearly wants.
Is there any other comments?
Yeah, just a couple more things here. With regard to the property.
I understood. I hear Simone, I didn't hear Edith and gavel, but you know, this is the public comment, and I know that you're here for your proclamations, but it's the public comment, and there are a number of items on the agenda that these individuals wish to speak. Maybe what we'll do the next time is, you know, either come a little later, or we'll do maybe the proclamations at a different time of the meeting. But you know, this is just the way it is today. Sorry,
that's a common sense thing. Possibly they could have done the proclamations prior to the meeting.
Let's go on
to start with this. But you know, many people have spoken about this. You have 3,700 individuals signing a petition to have a say in their government with regard to this $60 to $100 million potential prison project.
They asked you the one that proposed.
I'm strongly opposed, and most people I know, I haven't met anybody that's...
How much did you say that was?
3,700 people signed?
No, about
60 to 100 million project?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that's incorrect.
Give me a figure on what it's going to cost to, with all the add-ons that are going to be. Give me a ballpark figure, because you keep saying 28 million, 30 million. That's before you pay the interest. How much with interest, Mr. Ambrosini? Come straight with the people and tell them how much this prison is going to cost.
It's going to cost about $30 million less over 30 years than what
I don't know.
Cost if we do
your voodoo math just does. Nobody gets your voodoo economic math here. Give us the real figure on interest and cost on how much this prison is going to cost.
Can I speak now?
At least 60 million.
Okay.
Well, go ahead.
The cost is going to be approximately $30 million. It's going to vary between 28 and 31, depending on you know, things that we don't, you know, final costs, and you know, obviously we haven't even had contractors bid on it yet. So we may have, you know, we hope that it's going to be very competitive, and this is a very, you know, fortunately for the county and for the taxpayers, the you know, the contracting businesses are very, very competitive right now. In addition, the financing of banks, bonding agencies, and so forth is also very competitive. So we should get as good a price as we're ever going to get in Fayette County. So the contract, you know, the estimated price, I'll just use the number of 30 million, could be less. And obviously over a 30-year period, depending on the financing instrument that we choose, it probably will be in that same ballpark, 28 to 30 million in interest cost over a 30-year period.
So that's 60.
So am I at 60 million?
Just like just like when you buy a house.
So why did you tell me that I was incorrect when I said 60 million?
Well,
Because that's where
I mean,
we're at, right?
It's a little misleading because, you know, when you go out and you buy a house, okay, if you go and buy a house for $100,000, are you going to tell the assessment office, I just bought a $200,000 house?
That don't
Now, I'm
even make
pretty sure
sense.
you're not going to say that. You're going to tell them you bought a $100,000 house. So I think
With
when you
regard to
tell-
your concept, I don't understand your concept. but-
qualify what you're saying. It's going to be
I'm qualifying.
It's going to be.
It doesn't matter what the homeowner's going to pay on interest. I'm asking, what is the bottom line that the taxpayers are going to be on the line for over 30 years, and it's 60 million. You said I was incorrect. Now you said I was correct.
I didn't say that.
You said it's going to be 28, 30 million in interest, did you not?
Yeah.
And you said it could be 32 million in building, right?
No, I said 28 to 30 million in the construction cost.
You just don't get it, I guess. You just want to keep saying we're going to have efficiencies. You're not going to have efficiencies. We know that you're going to spend more in transportation when you have to drive these people back and forth. A bigger facility, you're going to have more inmates, more cost.
We will not, Mike. We will not. We're going to save money in transportation costs. And the way we're going to do that, you know, folks, you know, that's one of the issues here is there's so much misinformation out there that nobody understands completely how this jail is going to work.
That's because
you don't let us know. You keep it to yourself.
The misinformation, first off, when he says it's out there, okay, that means it's in newspapers, okay? Reporters are sitting here and they write what us three say. So either there's a problem there because who's giving out the misinformation? Either the people here sitting here are misinforming the public and that's what the reporters are writing, or he is saying that a commissioner or a prison working group is saying one thing and the newspapers are writing the opposite, which is not accurate, okay? The newspapers, the information that is out there, people are retrieving from the Tribune Review and the Herald Standard and the Daily Courier, okay? I trust that. Now, they don't get everything accurate, okay? But they get probably about 95% things accurate, and when something is inaccurate, it gets corrected, okay? They're printing what the prison working group and the commissioner is telling them, okay? So if there's misinformation, it's because it's coming out of the mouth. The consultant that we have here, that they have, Crabtree, his document said for that particular option for new construction, 480 bed to 500 bed facility is around what? We're not going to say 28 to 31. Let's just say 30 million. That is construction cost. We then
and the engineering cost is included in that.
Okay. Then in addition to that, that's 30 million for construction and engineering cost. And then it was also stated that in order to finance that, there was an amount given through the bond council and others, and they said, not bond council, but can't think of the name of it right now. It wasn't the council. Said that if you finance it over a 30-year period, that the interest would be around 28 to 30 million. So there you go. Financing there, 30 plus 30 is 60 million, and that's construction engineering costs.
So I would hope maybe in the future we're going to call it what it is. It's a $60 million prison. It's not a $30 million prison because you're asking us, the taxpayers, to pay for it. And over time with interest. And we're going to pay 60 million, not 28 million. There's probably going to be cost overruns. There's going to be problems, etc. We're paid according to this agreement that you plan on voting, which I'm referring to, is this 1.25 million. At a previous meeting, you said that was a negotiation figure. Now it's not a negotiation figure. There was no negotiation. You're just paying what they're asking.
Unless they negotiated, and that would be one of my questions. Since February 26th to today, has there been any negotiations? That's the first question. Where were they and who were there? Because I didn't receive any notification that we were going to be negotiating with Fayette County. So was there any negotiation between February 26th, when the resolutions was passed to negotiate, and today?
No, there was none.
Well, the resolution was passed to say for the county to negotiate, so I guess no one negotiated.
Well,
So there was no negotiation, it was just, we're gonna pay Fayette Penn full price, right? We're just gonna pay their ass.
That's a discounted price.
That's a What's that break down to an acre?
Well,
I mean, I don't know anybody who would pay that for an acre of ground.
I don't know anyone who would pass a resolution that says we're going to negotiate and then
I specifically remember Commissioner Zabatowski say, I would hope that this is a negotiation and that we're not necessarily going to pay this full price. I do remember that at that lengthy meeting, right, Commissioner Zabatowski? You're correct.
Right, and I also
but it appears that there's been no negotiation.
Well, that's what he said. And I also clearly remember making certain by asking Solicitor Cup, because we had two agenda items, okay? And it was clear, he said, no, this is a negotiation. I don't have it with me, and it was even circled. So the resolution passed, said negotiation, and you see what happened, no negotiation.
Okay.
I just have a final item. And it would either fall under your approval of minutes from a previous meeting or an HR. I don't know if the HR department head is here. I don't see him. No. But in a previous meeting, I would like some answers on this one, because this is very troubling and it didn't come out in the paper right away. We had a hire of somebody who didn't fill out an application until the morning of the meeting in the assessment office. We're aware of the individual. I do not know his name, know him personally. His name is Mr. Billy, I believe. He was recommended by your HR department to hire him, correct? And you guys voted on this, and I believe, Commissioner Zimmerlich, you rescinded your vote after you found out the particulars?
No way, we'll rescind it, yes. We didn't have a meeting since then.
Well, I mean...
Other than a special commissioners meeting, which was only for the subject of the food.
My question is, interviews were conducted for individuals who were highly qualified. The architect, Mr. Miller, I believe was his name, was told he had the job. Matter of fact, I understand he showed up for work on Wednesday and was told he didn't have the job. How is it that in Fayette County, and this really bothers me, Mr. Ambrosini, because you came here elected saying you were going to bring professionalism. I'm going to bring a new level of professionalism. Most of the citizens in this room and come to these meetings think it's one of the worst administrations they can remember. And I go back to coming to meetings when Commissioner Lebder was still a commissioner, so that's quite a distance back that I've been coming to meetings. How can you, and like again, these aren't personal attacks. This is something that a fundamental thing that the fairness and the people of the taxpayers need to know. How are you hiring somebody who didn't even fill out an application until the morning of the meeting? I understand there was an emergency while you guys were voting to hire this individual. There was something called an emergency interview.
That's what I was told.
Right.
That's what I was told. Yeah.
I'm not aware of that, Mike. Wow. You know, HR and the department head did the interview.
You're in charge of HR though, right? You guys hired that person and let them. How is it that person still has a job?
No, every commissioner now is aware that the interview, because the Dominic Carnicello, our HR director, through Felice Associate, admitted it. Yes, the interview.
You voted on it prior to the interview.
Right.
Or while the interview may have been being conducted.
Right.
4 individuals, highly qualified individuals, and this is going to get to the heart of the point here, to show you how politics is and how you guys are playing politics. This gets to the heart of the issue. Did not fill out an application, did not come in and do the interviews as the other 4 highly qualified. Registered architect was told he had the job. Now, the person who's hired is quoted in stories as his qualifications was he worked for Mr. Mahoney running a nightclub.
Bartender. Electrical experience.
Sure, an answer.
Can you give me an answer on this? I mean, it's really suspect at best, and it's not professional like you said you were going to bring to this board. You have woefully failed at that notion. Woefully.
Well, I don't think I have, and there's a lot of reasons for that.
We'll find out next year.
and that's fine. You know, first of all, you know, I'm not here to have a job. I'm here to do public service work. I was happily retired. I am. I'm fixing. We're trying, along with Commissioner Zabatowski, are trying to fix the problems.
Just along with that.
We are trying to fix the problems, and the jail is a big one.
He's talking about the assessment office. And
Let's try and stay on point with the assessment.
Your question is what?
I mean, that's a grave issue that nobody's answered. The notion that maybe Mr. Mahoney, or if Mr. Miller was told he had a job and it was going to be ratified at that meeting, and he was told to report Wednesday, which he did, which I understand, a report, and was told he didn't have a job. How is it that the HR department changes at 10 till, I don't know what time the chief clerk got the email to say that this is now our applicant. This is the guy we're hiring. He hadn't even sat in on the interviews. They were done, the application period was closed in January. How can you allow that to go on?
We should not.
How can you, nobody in this county can have faith in what you say ever with this.
Mike, can I speak now?
Please, I'm willing to be enlightened on this.
First of all, HR and the department head did the interviews. I'm perfectly happy, in fact, you know, obviously I don't think any of us sit in on all the interviews for all the positions, and we can't, actually we can't. So we have to you know, put some faith into our hired employees that they're going to do their job properly. Everything you stated could be hearsay, because I have not heard.
Let's ask Chief Clerk's right here. When did the email come in changing who they were to hire?
Yeah.
It came at about 10 till before the meeting? It came right before the meeting, did it not? That you got an email from Mr. Marticella that Jared Billy is to be hired?
Definitely within the hour.
I believe it was
We just kind of want to know what the White House is.
20 after 9.
I think it was 8:53 a.m.
Okay,
so when he makes his recommendation, I'm not sure what that, as long as he makes his recommendation before the meeting, we actually do this a lot. We in the agenda meeting, we'll state we're going to hire
That's not what happened.
for a position, and then we interview those people between the agenda meeting and the regular meeting.
The individuals being interviewed as we were down here voting, okay? That's a big difference. That is a huge difference.
You're trying to sweep it in, oh, my HR department told me this and that. No, the administrators of the county are sitting right in front of you. This guy made a recommendation to hire somebody who hadn't even filled out an application until that morning. The 4 previous applicants and interviews were done a month prior to that, to 2 months prior to that. Do you not see the problem with this? Does anybody, am I the only one in the room that sees this?
That was like a straight answer.
Al, answer the question, yes or no.
The department head, the chief assessor, informed me through an email, okay, that, and this was after the fact, okay, that he and his assistant director and Dominic had already interviewed 4 applicants, and that all 3 of them agreed to an individual, I only recall his first name being as Ernest, okay? And that's the name that, after the interviews, that's who the tax assessment, the chief assessor, believed should be hired for the position.
Right.
The morning of the commissioners meeting, our meeting starts at 10, the morning of the commissioners meeting around between 8 and 8:30, I got confirmation from him, as well as from Dominic, as well as from the HR department, Tammy Boyle, all indicating that Dominic called in and said, to the chief assessor, and said, I need to have an emergency interview. And so that emergency interview took place around 9 o'clock, between 9, I think it was like 9:20, all right? Now, that was, they didn't even know who it was for, okay? And this individual named Jared came in, interviewed, and all before that even occurred, that name was already provided to the chief clerk, who in turn provided it to the commissioners. I assume that everything, I should never assume, everybody knows my position on Felice Associates and Dominic Carnicella. You try your best to have faith in them. I've had issues with them from day one. I'm on record to say this here puts the nail in the coffin. Okay, and for commissioners to say, well, I relied on our HR department. Well, okay, that's fine, because we're going to rely on the HR department when we do these. But now that you found out that the process, right?
The process has been violated here.
There you go.
Your HR department. I wonder what my commissioners are going to do about this.
Right.
This guy and Felice and Associates should be fired immediately. It should be fired immediately because you violated what was done. The interviews were conducted. Mr. Miller was told he had the job. He reported on Wednesday, only to find out he doesn't have the job. God bless that individual, by the way. I mean, a registered architect loses a job to somebody who claims to have bartending experience. But we all know the real experience that the person who got the job had. He was politically tied to Tim Mahoney. Mahoney's quoted in a newspaper article in the Tribune Review saying what a great guy, we just got him elected to council, he's a bright young man, etc., etc. You two are known to have strong ties to Mr. Mahoney. Now, we need to have an investigation. We need to know what's going on here.
First of all, I think Mr. Zabatowski and myself are clearly our own people. We will work with any elected official to make sure that what Fayette County gets there. And I'm not, when I say any elected official, I'm talking with United States Representative Schuster, U.S. Senator Pat Toomey.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about a different connection. We're talking about a specific connection.
We'll work with Senator Kasunik, Deborah Cola, Tim Mahoney. We'll work with anybody as long as it benefits Fayette County.
Yes,
that has nothing to do with that.
What I'm talking about is the person's recommendation who was quoted in the newspaper is Mr. Mahoney. And I'm talking about you guys being very politically, if not joined at the hip with Mr. Mahoney. Everybody knows it in the county. We all know what's going on.
No, you don't.
Well,
I'm very well. If you knew what was going on, Mike, this prison project would be a no-brainer to you.
We're just stupid, guys.
Yeah, we're just stupid. Now, you're the only one who knows. You just are telling me that I don't know what's going on, apparently. And I can tell you what, Mr. I've been attending meetings for probably decades in the county. I never remember seeing it you at a county commissioner meeting ever. And so I think my history goes back a long way, back to early 90s, coming to meetings.
I've attended many.
Oh,
I don't ever remember you speaking out. I never met you until I met you at the Ice House over here. When you specifically want to lie about this conversation as well.
Right.
You weren't elected yet. It was in the summer. You were over at the Ice House. You got off the phone with Jack Hennix and said, closed your phone, your flip phone, and said, we got to build a prison in Fayette County. I have several witnesses who've come forward and that were standing there when you said it. But you never said that when you were running, though. You never said, hey, public, we're going to need to build a prison.
I didn't know we needed to build a prison.
Obviously, the first time I laid eyes on you, I must have imagined you saying those words when you got off the phone.
I can't explain.
And we're going to bring our plea in too.
Well, the other thing is that the bottom line on the position of a tax assessor, as well as any other position, it should be based on qualifications and experience. And the bottom line here is that there were 4 individuals who were interviewed who had qualifications and experience as it relates to what was required as a tax assessor, well over and above the individual that was given the job and given an interview within 45 minutes of the meeting. And that in itself should put a reflection on Felice Associates and our HR director, even if my fellow 2 commissioners did not know this occurred. Okay, I didn't, because I voted for the individual, not even knowing who he was, because I relied on it. Then I found out later the reeking of all of this. Yes, that should have not occurred. And
is he on probation? Can you get rid of him?
And also, I think that I know that I will be hesitant in taking any recommendations in the future, and it would be up to the other two commissioners of whether or not they agree or disagree. Apparently, they don't have an issue with it, or else they would have taken some sort of action.
And my final comment: this is a sad day for Fayette County that we have well-qualified individuals who were already told they were hired. They were already recommended by the people in the office and the HR department previously, told they had the job, report Wednesday, and a registered architect over a bartender. And we know the connection. You know the connection. You're squirming to try and answer, but you're real fidgety, and you're like, you won't answer. You know.
We need to move on with the meeting, but I'm not going to answer questions that would normally be talked about in executive session on personnel issues.
This is something that will tell the public.
Yeah, this is after
your lack of answers and failure to come forward and put forth your political connections and how this strings are being pulled for the county. You can go to the board appointments on down, and we can go on and on and on. The distrust in this county government is laid at your feet because of this, and you're not doing anything about it. If you wanted to do something about it, you'd fire the HR department right now, because you claim you had no idea that it went on. But I find it hard to believe that your HR department would change who was to be hired the morning of the meeting, 10 minutes before all this stuff happened, without one of you two approving it. I find it hard to believe.
Because he's a good kid.
We approved it in the meeting.
Yeah, you slipped it in.
Well,
no, I'm talking about being placed to be hired. Yeah. When the other individual was already said he had the job and was going to be ratified at the meeting. What I'm talking about, do you not get it?
He doesn't.
You just don't get it.
The problem, you just accused Mr. Zapotowski and I of pre-approving something that we didn't even know about until the recommendation.
Somebody should explain. You should have Mr. Carnicello explain how he came about the decision 10 minutes before the meeting to change the very qualified applicant to the not very qualified applicant. If I was a commissioner, he would have been in my office, and we would have been getting to the bottom of how that came about.
That's your opinion.
The emails are available.
Did you interview these people?
Wow.
No.
Do we have to interview?
I didn't.
A registered architect versus knowing Tim Mahoney is my qualifications. Do we really? You're not gonna try that one, are you? You're not gonna try that one, are you?
I'll answer the question. Okay, I looked at all 4 resumes and applications. Okay, and believe me, all 5 now. Okay, there were 4 that were more qualified. This has nothing to do with executive.
Any of the previous 4 were way more qualified, according to Commissioner Zimmerlin.
Yes.
You two, silence speaks volumes. Silence speaks volumes. And this is a major issue that needs to be brought forth.
Because I can't get a word in edgewise.
Your speech, Your speech.
You got the big hammer.
Is that
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other public comment on bringing that out? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go on to the proclamation. First proclamation will be the Pennsylvania 4-H Week, March 16th through 2014. Is there anybody here for the 4-H proclamation?
So, are you here?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Come on up.
Please, come on up.
Can I have the kids?
Yes, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you missing school? Yeah. Oh, you like this meeting so long. So you're glad the meeting's long.
Okay, the Pennsylvania 4-H Week, March 16th through 22nd, 2014, Fayette County Board of Commissioners proclamation. Whereas the County of Fayette and the 4-H clubs local schools, and all of those that provide 4-H to the youth in Fayette County, and more than 5 million youth that take part in the 4-H club programs nationwide. And whereas the Fayette County Cooperative Extension System conducts 4-H programs through the state land-grant universities with the mission to help young people acquire knowledge, develop life skills, and form attitude which will help them become self-directing, productive members of society. And whereas 4-H addresses issues facing youth wherever they live, in inner cities, suburbs, and rural communities, and helps break barriers and focusing on learning by doing. And whereas 4-H builds youth's self-esteem, leadership, and citizen skills, and focuses on critical issues such as protecting the environment. And whereas 4-H has programs on science and technology, natural resources, growing plants, caring for farm animals, career education, citizenship, and leadership. And whereas more than 1,000 youth are active in 4-H programs in Fayette County, 4-H and whereas other existing fun and after-school educational programs are available through county 4-H school enrichment programs, and whereas more than 80 adult volunteers in Fayette County donate countless hours and efforts each year in preparing for and teaching youth. Now therefore it be resolved by the Fayette County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim the week of March 16th through 22nd, 2014 as Pennsylvania 4-H Week, adopted this 18th day of March 2014 in Uniontown, Pennsylvania.
Want to say anything?
Like to make some comments?
Any of the kids would like to
make some comments?
3 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Continued success to you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perhaps we could have the library come up, because I know you are ready. We can go a little out of order here.
Be get back to the library.
We do.
Commissioner, would you like to read that?
National Library Week. Whereas libraries are the heart of their communities, campuses, and schools. Whereas librarians work to meet the challenging needs of their communities, including providing resources for everyone and bringing services outside of the library walls. Whereas libraries and librarians bring together community members to enrich and shape the community and address local issues. Whereas librarians are trained, tech-savvy professionals, provide technology training and access to downloadable content like ebooks. Whereas libraries offer programs to meet community needs, providing residents with resume writing classes, 24/7 homework, help, and financial planning services to teens applying for student loans, to older adults planning their retirement. Whereas libraries continuously grow and evolve in how they provide for the needs of every member of their communities, we, the Commissioners of Fayette County, do hereby join the librarians of Fayette County into celebrating the National Librarian Week, which would be April 13th through the 19th, 2014, and we encourage everyone to visit a library, and you can all tell us what may be going on in your libraries across Fayette County.
Well, first, on behalf of the Fayette County Library Association, I wanted to let you know that our mission is to provide public library service to the residents of Fayette County and to encourage awareness of the importance of libraries. And we have been asked countless times if, because of the internet, if library use has declined, and our answer, backed up by statistics, is that libraries are used more now than ever. Not everyone has a computer, so they have to come to the library to use our computers. Some people have a computer, but they don't have internet in their home, so they come with their own devices to use our wireless internet. And let's not forget the original purpose that people come to the libraries to borrow books. They still are taking out the paper books, and many people are downloading ebooks for their own devices. And we've become a community gathering space where patrons can get together to learn and socialize. We host story times for our young patrons. We have interactive games and programs for the teen to tween crowd, and many different activities for our adult patrons. We collaborate with social service agencies to bring needed programs such as Cornerstone Care's Outreach Van or the Private Industry Council's GED classes to our patrons in our own libraries. You might be interested to know that now we have a new library database. It's called Learn for Life, and you can take free online classes. All you need is your library card. You can take classes in accounting fundamentals, business law for the small business owner, medical terminology, SAT and GED preparation classes, designing effective website classes, A to Z grant writing classes, and even a class on gardening. Again, it's free with your library card. National Library Week is April 13th to 19th, and if you haven't been in Fayette County Library recently, we invite you to come. And I think the ladies here are going to tell a little bit about their libraries.
I think you said everything you needed.
What library are you representing?
Point Marion Public Library.
Point Marion?
Point Marion.
Okay, and you, okay.
I'm Christina Halushka. I'm from Brownsville Free Public Library. We are just gearing up for our summer reading, and we are looking at, we're doing a community survey to kind of see what they like about our library and what they don't like, and we're looking at repurposing our space and possibly adding on.
I'm Casey Strokeman. I'm the director of the Carnegie Free Library in Connellsville. We are the largest free library in Fayette County as far as space. We have a gorgeous 3-story building that we've done a lot of repair over the last couple of years too, and we opened a new Cafe Carnegie. So come on out and have a bite to eat. If you do read the Herald Standard in the Daily Courier, I do have a column in there that details all of our activities, and we do have a Facebook page and a website that you can visit to see all of our wonderful activities as well.
Okay, Casey,
I'm Amy Ryan. I'm from German Masontown Public Library. I'm really most proud in the last year we have a GED program. We've graduated, I think, 5 or 6 of our Masontown residents from our GED program in the last year. That's the big one that I was pushing.
Good. Thanks.
And Casey, I would encourage anybody in the Connellsville area to stop into Carnegie, because they do have a great coffee and sandwich shop there. So, and that was a great addition.
Yeah, and a museum.
My library card there is still good, right?
It is still good there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anybody here from the multiple sclerosis awareness week? Okay, I'll just read down through this then. Beginning March 3rd, 2014, the beginning of Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Week. Whereas multiple sclerosis is a neurological disease of the central nervous system affecting 2.3 million people worldwide, and each hour someone is newly diagnosed. Whereas the National MS Society Western PA chapter reports in our state more than 28,000 people are diagnosed with MS, and the disease generally strikes people in the prime of their life between the ages of 20 and 50, and causes unpredictable effects in which the progression, severity, specific symptoms cannot be foreseen, and the cause and cure for this debilitating disease remains unknown. Whereas the National MS Society Western Pennsylvania chapter has been committed for more than 67 years to a world free of MS, heightening public knowledge and insight into the disease. And whereas since 1946, the National MS Society has been a driving force of MS research, relentlessly pursuing prevention, treatment, and a cure, and has invested more than $771 million in groundbreaking research. And whereas funds raised through the National MS Society fuel the efforts of nearly 325 research projects globally, totaling $40 million annually at the best medical centers, universities, and other institutions throughout the United States and abroad. Because of this, MS research has never been more hopeful than it is today. And whereas discovering the cause, finding a cure, and preventing future generations from being diagnosed with MS is an important task that all Americans and Pennsylvanians should support. And whereas Fayette County recognizes the importance of finding the cause and cure for MS, a chronic and often devastating disease, and expresses its appreciation and admiration for the dedication that the National Multiple Sclerosis Society Western PA chapter has shown toward a future free of MS. Now therefore, we, the Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim March 3rd through 9th, 2014 as MS Awareness Week, and do commend this observance to all our citizens. We encourage all Pennsylvanians to learn more about multiple sclerosis and what they can do to support individuals with MS and their families.
Who else is here for proclamation? What's the
child abuse? Child abuse.
Hi, how are you? Hi. Hi. Come on over here a little bit, so.
Would you like to read this one? This is Child Abuse Prevention Month, April 2014. Whereas preventing child abuse and neglect is a community responsibility that depends on involvement among people throughout the community, and whereas child maltreatment occurs when people find themselves in stressful situations without community resources and don't know how to cope. And whereas the majority of child abuse cases stem from situations and conditions that are preventable in and engaged in supporting communities. And whereas all citizens should become involved in supporting families in raising their children in a safe, nurturing environment. And whereas effective child abuse prevention programs succeed because of partnerships created among families, social service agencies, schools, faith communities, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. Therefore, we do hereby proclaim April as Child Abuse Prevention Month and call upon the citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, schools, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and neglect and strengthening the communities in which we live. Would you like to make some comments, please?
Why don't we do all three proclamations?
Oh, okay, you're here for...
Our departments have teamed up together.
Okay.
Which is the next proclamation? What is it?
There's a sexual abuse proclamation.
Yes.
You want to read that one?
And National Crime Victims.
And National what?
Crime Victims Month. Yes.
Okay.
Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month is intended to draw attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has public implications for every community member of Fayette County. Rape and sexual assault and sexual harassment impact our community, as seen by statistics indicating that 1 in 5 women will have experienced sexual assault by the time they complete college. And we must work together to educate our community about what can be done to prevent sexual assault and how to support survivors. Staff and volunteers of anti-violence programs in Fayette County encourage every person to speak out when witnessing acts of violence, however small, and with the leadership, dedication, and encouragement there is a compelling evidence that we can be successful in reducing sexual violence in Fayette County through prevention, education, increased awareness, and holding perpetrators who commit acts of violence responsible for their actions. Fayette County strongly supports the efforts of national, state, and local partners and every citizen to actively engage in public and private efforts, including conversations about what sexual violence is, how to prevent it, and how to help survivors comment with service. The word is short. With services, and every part of our society can work together to better address sexual violence. Therefore, the Fayette County Commissioners join anti-sexual violence advocates and support services, and in the belief that all community members must be a part of the solution to ending sexual violence, along with the United States government, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We hereby proclaim April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
And the last resolution is the proclamation for the National Crime Victims' Rights Month, April 2014. Whereas 18.7 million Americans are directly harmed by crime each year, and each crime affects many more family members, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. Whereas crime can leave a lasting physical, emotional, and financial impact on people of all ages and abilities and of all economic, racial, and social backgrounds. Whereas the Victims of Crime Act, passed by Congress in 1984, affirmed a national commitment to help victims rebuild their lives by establishing the Crime Victims Fund, a major source of funding for services and compensation to victims of crime throughout the United States. Whereas the Crime Victims Fund provides support to states for victim assistance and victim compensation programs, as well as support for federal victims of crime, child abuse prosecution, emergency reserve to assist victims of terrorism, and training and technical assistance for the victim services field. Whereas the Crime Victims Fund supports more than 4,400 state and local victim assistance programs, including rape crisis centers, victim assistance in law enforcement and prosecutor offices, and other direct services providers that help millions of victims each year. Whereas the Crime Victims Center of Fayette County is joining forces with the victim services programs, criminal justice offices, and concerned citizens throughout Fayette County and America to observe the 28th annual VOCA doing National Crime Victims Rights Month. Now therefore, we the Commissioners of Fayette County and the State of Pennsylvania do hereby proclaim the month of April 2014 as National Crime Victims Rights Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Traditionally, over the years, the Crime Victims Center has partnered with Fayette County Children and Youth Services to observe Child Abuse Prevention Month, April, Sexual Assault Awareness Month, April, as well as the National Crime Victims' Rights Month, April. We have some planned community forums. We also are doing an inaugural luminary lighting community-wide event. I'll share with you, we have a community forum that is, our featured speaker is going to be U.S. Attorney David J. Hickton. He's going to be speaking on human trafficking and exploitation of victims. That will be at Penn State Fayette Eberly campus in the Swimmer Auditorium the evening of April 7th, Monday, April 7th, 6 to 8 p.m. The public is welcome. It is free. We will do a commemorative event after the speakers where we will do a lighting of luminaries. in memory of victims of child abuse, sexual assault, and other violent crimes. Our community-wide event will be Sunday, April 27th. That evening, we would encourage the residents of Fayette County to light luminaries. We have luminaries available at the Fayette County Children and Youth Services office, at our office, the Crime Victim Center, as well as we've partnered with Fayette EMS, and I think you're aware they have offices throughout Fayette County. They also will have luminaries available for pickup. Again, free of charge. We want to certainly bring the awareness to Fayette County of the high crime rate. There are victims of these crimes. We certainly need to support the services to the victims. And so we would appreciate you becoming involved in our endeavors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I think you said it best, Michelle, if I may. Prevention, just keeping your eyes and ears open. You know, we often hear when it's too late, when the child has died, that there was a problem. So as a community, we should rally behind the children, and if we have a feeling something's going on, listen to our gut. I know my son, before we had adopted him, had undergone some abuse, and I'm just grateful that at that time that people did intervene. So again, keep your eyes and ears open, and let's protect our greatest asset, our children. Make a motion that we adopt the proclamations.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5, the Fayette County Redevelopment Authority. Mr. French?
The first item we have on your agenda is approval of the tax increment finance district. I don't know that I have too much more to add. We've already discussed in this meeting and at your previous meetings. But the resolution that you have in front of you would officially approve the creation of the TIF district as well as adoption of the TIF plan, which again you have in front of you. This TIF plan, as I indicated, we've discussed many times. It obligates the county's, I guess, participation in the plan is to provide 95% of the increased tax revenue that would be generated from the development to help pay for the debt service, to help install the infrastructure at the project. Go ahead.
Have the other taxing bodies approved it?
South Union Township has expressed their approval. They had a meeting last week. The school board has their meeting on this Thursday, I believe. The work session is tonight. And we do have representatives from Cedarwood Development here as well, if you have any questions of them or want any specifics regarding their proposed development.
I just have one quick question. The hotel has been removed from the project, is that correct?
Yes, that was the major change from the plan that we had originally proposed. And we added additional retail.
Car dealership, isn't a car dealership?
That's another item on the agenda.
Right, right.
Make the motion that we adopt the resolution as listed on the agenda.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor? Aye.
No.
Motion carries.
And I'm going to go through very quickly as to why. In voting yes, then that designates just those 26 acres in the business park as a TIF district, which means that it is defined as a blighted area. Development has been and is continuing in that area, so I don't consider that blighted. Whether Harrisburg wants to consider it blighted is another thing, but it's not a blighted area. Also voting yes gives a tax subsidy to one private developer over another. I'm not talking just specifically the synergy, but for any other businesses that want to come in there, and that is unfair competition. And I don't believe anyone could argue that it's not. That's the reason for taking the hotel off the out of the project. I was specifically told by Mr. Haight at one of our meetings in my office with you and the attorney that this project would not even move forward without the hotel. And now, because you had school board members of the TIF committee, which are school board members, a commissioner, and township supervisors, get together and work with both developers to make sure that, you know, one did not feel that he was being unfairly, you know, there was any unfair competition, you know, that hotel was taken off. Well, out of the project. Well, number one, I don't think it's up to, and I think you're going on a very slippery slope when you have school board members, commissioners, and township supervisors sitting down with developers deciding for them what's a good project and what isn't, and what they should have in the project. Cedarwood wanted to have a hotel there, then Cedarwood should have put a hotel there because they believe that that was a viable project. Now Cedarwood's not going to do it because you had another company saying that it's unfair competition. It is unfair competition. It's unfair competition even when you have another restaurant. You know, they're going to put in restaurants and retail stores. That's unfair competition to the others. Whether we agree or disagree, that's my position, and that's why I voted no on it for those three reasons. It's not a blighted area. It is unfair competition, and to prove that, you could see that as soon as one major developer raised an issue, then everybody back stepped and rethought the process. And I certainly don't think that elected officials and politicians should be interfering with who's to say what should be developed. That's the private business developer who should be determining that. Thank you.
Well, Andrew, could you discuss briefly the entire South Union development area and what would have been developed if as you had stated earlier, did put $15 to $17 million worth of tax money in there for infrastructure development?
Yeah, in the entire business park, it's about 277 acres. We've developed almost 190 of those acres are being developed, which includes this property here. Obviously, that was conveyed to the redevelopment authority by the county in 2000 and 2001. And since that time, so it was vacant, undeveloped property. We've invested the $15 million. There's been, again, over $70 million invested by private developers just in the cost of development. And obviously created a lot of jobs and a lot of development opportunities for the area.
And again, this particular project should create, after the construction, at least 400 jobs of various levels.
Correct.
From my understanding, the TIF mechanism has been, the TIF legislation has been around for many years. And I think there's a lot of areas around not only the state, but the county has used this process to develop, create jobs in the private sector and make things better for the community. And from my understanding, a lot of these stores are first-time stores coming to this area. Some of them even provide services and goods that are not available right now. So, any type of growth, development, private sector job creation is, I think, is very welcome in Fayette County. And I look at the way we do this TIF, the mechanism of the TIF is kind of one of these bills where you are guaranteed, you know, by committing to doing a few of the infrastructure developments here, like storm drains and sewage lines. This is a guarantee that this project will be put in place. And I'm not saying that the $15 to $17 million was a bad idea, because it certainly proved to be very successful, but that is actually more speculative. This is a guarantee that these projects, this $25 million worth of development, will go forward. So, and that's why I voted for it, so we can provide additional services for the community, additional jobs and development, and that's always a good thing.
For clarification, this is the first time TIF was used in Fayette County, correct?
This is the first time we've used it in Fayette County.
Thank you. Next.
Would you ever take a comment?
Is that no, Mr. French is that all?
That's all on that item.
Yeah, the comment section is done. We're into the business meeting here, so. Go ahead.
The second item was to consider approval of a resolution for the conveyance of 6.5 acres, again at the business park to Wood Holdings 3 for an automotive dealership, and remove the industrial use deed restriction. And you've got attached a resolution. There is one minor change that we were made aware of late yesterday. The name of the company that we're actually going to be conveying it to is going to be Mr. Wood as an individual, so it would be Michael D. Wood rather than Wood Holdings 3. But it's for the same purpose. It's the same automotive dealership, the relocation of the Toyota dealership. This is a situation where he's going from a lease situation where he's actually going to own this property. It'll also be an expansion and construction of a state-of-the-art Toyota dealership.
Where is he at now?
He's currently on Route 40.
Okay, so he's moving from, where on Route 40?
Before Holiday.
He's adjacent to, between Hampton Inn and the...
Okay, so he's leaving that facility?
He is.
Okay, so that building will be empty, and then he's leasing that right now?
He's leasing that.
Okay, so then he's going to purchase 6.5 acres, and how much is that? What was the
consideration price?
Yeah.
It was $975,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the redevelopment authority will receive nearly $1 million for 6.5 acres.
Correct.
And we've done this, and there's been a past practice of this type of resolution.
Correct. Yeah, and the purpose of
all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Just want to make sure we did it.
Next item.
The next item was to consider adoption of a resolution allocating Act 137 Affordable Housing Trust Funds to the Redevelopment Authority to support the implementation of our various affordable housing initiatives.
And how much are you requesting to allocate?
$100,000.
$100,000?
Correct.
Just for this particular fiscal year in 2014?
Yeah, the fund generates about $75,000 to $80,000 a year, so it's...
Is that $100,000 for any specific affordable housing project?
We're going to use a portion of it to support a senior citizen housing complex being developed by Fayette County Community Action Agency.
Where?
In Fairchance Borough, that they have requested funding from the state for. The rest of it we'll use to complement our existing program. So it'll be our homeowner rehabilitation program and our home buyer development program.
Thank you. I'll move.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Under the assessment office.
May I interrupt? Are you from the coroner's office? Can I ask you what? Are you oh, you are the
water removal.
Okay. If there's no objection, maybe move you ahead. Or do you want to wait? I mean, it seemed to me that you were kind of.
Well, I'm just, if a call comes in, I have to go.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So I have no issue. We can just move you ahead if that's fine with everyone else.
What item is that?
That's under, it's item number No, I'm sorry, item.
It was an addition.
Oh, no, we can't listen. Oh, it's not on the
It was an
agenda.
amended item.
Yeah, it was an amended item.
Right.
We can,
Did we vote to amend it?
we can,
Yes.
yes.
We did vote to amend it? Yes.
Yeah, we did.
I know we discussed it. I don't think the vote was taken.
I made the motion.
Who?
Saptowski, Zimmerman, 3-0.
Okay, we'll do the amended item under the coroner's office. Consider awarding RFP 14-02 to John Condrola Jr. a fair chance for body transportation services at a cost of $275 per round trip with local transportation in Fayette County and $250 per round trip to and from autopsy, which is in Pittsburgh, effective March 18, 2014.
Which has a term of the contract is 1 year and it is renewable at the same rate.
Right.
I'll move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
What?
Be effective today then?
Effective March 18th.
March 18th, yes, today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, item 6 under the assessment office. Consider approval of the following for a real estate tax exemption as they have been deemed a 100% disabled veteran by Veterans Administration of Pennsylvania, effective for the 2014 tax year for David B. Lewis of Bell Vernon, PA, parcel 41-05-0008.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
One quick thing before we go on to item number 7. For the coroner, how many proposals were received?
We received 2, but one of them didn't meet the specifications.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 7, Behavioral Health Administration. Consider approving agreements and modifications. The Healthy Choice Agreements for...
I'll make a motion that we accept the agreements and modifications as listed on the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider awarding bid number 14-01 to Davies Ford on Memorial Boulevard in Connellsville for the lease of one 2014 Ford Escape 4-wheel drive at a monthly cost of $331.79 for 39 months with a total cost of $13,073.31 for the lease period with 18 months or 18,000 miles per year allowance.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Item number 8, Children and Youth Services. Consider approval of the fiscal year 2013-14 purchase of service agreements between the County of Fayette, the Fayette County Children and Youth Services, and Seneca family of agencies in San Bernardino, California, to purchase a subscription for family findings search services. The fee for services are $25 per search for a standard family finding search and additional $5 per search when including a social network search.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Early termination, if...
No, that's...
Oh, that's the second. Okay, consider placing, or consider approval of the appointment of a county resident, Christopher Burrell, to a 3-year term of the Fayette County Children and Youth Advisory Committee. The term shall expire on March 31, 2017. The advisory committee voted unanimously at the February monthly meeting to recommend this appointment to the commissioners at the March meeting.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approval of the purchase of 7 tablet computers from Dell. The cost of the computers will be $12,943.71, and the agency will utilize the IT grant.
Is this from the state piggyback program? Or is this? I'm sorry? It is CoStars? Did you second?
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider approval of the lease of two 2014 Escapes through the statewide contract program at a cost of $46,570.
Move.
What's the lease term?
I don't know.
Is that 46,570 like per year per car? Both cars for 1 year for the term of the lease?
That's for the entire lease.
That's for 2 cars for the term of the lease.
The term of the lease. I rescind and motion to table until we find out the terms of the lease.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9, Controller, if you give us your financial condition of the county.
Certainly. Commissioner, stated on this 18th day of March 2014, in our United Bank checking account, we have $2,959,747.58. Monies that are owed to our general fund as listed on the statement include temporary loans in the amount of $3,274,281.39, ARC payments due, which total $234,171.17, central service payments totaling $78,686, monies that our general fund owes in the form of a tax anticipation note, $9.5 million. Our budget year net position is a negative $2,953,113.86. In 2014, revenues year to date are $1,283,954.09. Our total 2014 expenditures are $5,427,145.18. Total 2013 expenditures being paid this fiscal year, $1,120,484.47. In our Fund 51, which is the Capital Reserve Fund balance, there's $261,405.77. In our Bond Fund balance, Fund 53, there's $209,094.14.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Item number 10, Emergency Management Agency. Consider approval of the following contract proposal, rates below.
And so for the multi-year, that's 1.96 million? Is that what is being...
That is correct.
Okay, so it's not the 2.24, we are approving the multi-year, correct?
Yes.
Okay, where's the money allocated from? Is that from?
That's a question I cannot answer, to be honest with you.
Is that part of that 800 and some? Well, you could. Chief, you work on the budget. Where's it? You know?
I don't believe that's.
No, that's not. That's not part of the
annual payment. No.
This is not part of the capital cost. This is a maintenance.
No, it doesn't matter if it's capital. My question is, where's the money coming from? Do we know?
I thought it was all God here. I don't know.
The payment will be, the first payment will not be due until 2015, so it doesn't have to be allocated until next year. I mean, it won't be allocated this year. Yeah, but it'll have to be allocated.
Yeah, but if we enter into the agreement, we're saying that we will allocate $2 million. So I want to know where it's coming from.
Well, it's $2 million over a period of 10 years.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
$1.9 million over a period of 10 years.
Right. So
the year column is to the left, and if you go across the page, it will tell you what each year will cost.
Right. So
it starts out at $30,000.
Right. So for 2015, it's $30,000. 2016, it's $30,000. For the first part of 16, but it increases in 2017 to 200 and roughly the next 5 years would be $250,000. So in other words, the EMA office is anticipating to have a revenue source either through grants or through another method for the years 16 through 23. Is that your understanding, both of yours? Chief Clerk?
I don't know.
My understanding when Roy had talked to me about this, Commissioner, was that the purpose of this is to, as you can see on the schedule here, to save costs and of an average savings of about $43,000 a year by entering into a multi-year agreement. We did talk a little bit about grant revenue in the future, and he felt that that would be a possibility, but as to the specificity of where the dollars are coming from, I don't have an answer to that question at this time.
And I'll make a motion to table for further discussion with the folks from EMA and Motorola, because there's a lot of unanswered questions. Is this the final price of the warranty, the coverage? Is this something that is negotiable, or, you know, this is a sales pitch, no question about it. I'm not comfortable moving on this until such a time as I have a series of questions answered.
My discussions with the EMA department indicated that this is a discounted maintenance plan, and I'm not sure how long it's good for, so we'll have to find that out.
Well, I have not seen Motorola send this. I mean, I've not been the recipient of anything from Motorola. Have any of you two done anything from Motorola?
No, did you move the table?
Because,
no, I don't have any.
I mean, I haven't seen anything from Motorola offering any. This is the final discounted version. I mean, Guy really has not spoken to me about it. So I would like to sit down with those two individuals and a Motorola representative, if possible, and gather some more information. So
well, I do know that EMA did send all 3 county commissioners an email with some attachments on it, and I think that was actually I think that was last month. And if there were any questions, you know, he said to go ahead and ask them. But my question primarily right now is, where is the money? How's it going to be funded? I mean, I already know all about the savings, but that's not the issue. It's somebody has to come up with that money, and that's not answered, as you pointed out. So I'll second your motion to table.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider ratifying the transition of full-time 911 dispatcher Marcia Fenton to part-time dispatcher effective January 31st, 2014.
Move.
What? Are we sure that that's correct, going back to January? So this person has been a part-time dispatcher? Is that?
Transition of full-time 911 dispatcher. She's been a full-time.
Yeah, she's been a full-time, going to full-time, but this is retroactive to January?
Yes.
We're sure of that date? I mean, is that the date that was provided to you?
That's what I was given by HR.
Okay. And it's a ratification, so apparently either 2 or 3 commissioners signed it? Is that correct? I'll move.
I did too.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, second.
Okay.
Commissioner Zabatowski, wait, because the chief clerk's confused and rightfully so. Commissioner Zabatowski made the motion, Zimmerling seconded. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approving the temporary hire of Claudia Jordan, Erica Glover, Jennifer Harvey, Robert Stimmel, and Clinton Riggin as 911 dispatcher trainees at a $8.50 an hour effective rate effective March 31st, 2014.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider ratifying the resignation of part-time bus driver Gary Babinski effective February 24th, 2014.
Move.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider ratifying the promotion of Transportation Clerk Kathy Clemens to Transportation Information Specialist 1 at SEIU pay grade 6, Step A, 1104 an hour, effective March 3rd, 2014.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider hiring Kenneth Lowry as a part-time bus driver at $11.40 per hour, effective March 19th, 2014.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Under the Fayette County Behavioral Health Administration, consider ratifying the resignation of County Caseworker 2, Lana O'Connor, effective February 28, 2014.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. And Amy, you might have to help me with this. Consider approving the hire of, is it Jennifer Thomas?
Yes.
As an account clerk 1 at SEIU pay grade 3 Step A, $10 per hour, effective March 31st, 2014.
Is that pay rate the same as has that pay rate been increased since the time that the individual since the time that position has become vacant, which was only, what, about less than a month ago? Did anything occur at the salary board meeting to change the account clerk 1 position, pay grade 3 Step A?
I don't believe so.
No, I don't.
Okay, so this $10 an hour is the same rate?
That's not necessarily true. Is this is a new hire?
Mm-hmm.
We did adopt a resolution to take 3% less than Step A start for people that are new hires or less than 1 year service. So whatever this rate of $10 take 3% less than that, it's, what is it, 30 cents less than what this is listed as because of that resolution that was adopted. Are you familiar with what I'm
So that would be $9.70 per hour?
Yes.
Well, I understand what you just said, Controller Lawley, but and thank you for that because it clears that, at least that part up. But I also wanted to know then. So it is a change in it's an increase. Is that correct? From the stated.
I can't state that unequivocally. I just know that this rate would actually be $9.70 and not $10 an hour because of the 3% policy if they are a new hire.
Okay. Okay. And Jennifer Thomas, is there, I don't think you would know this, is there any relationship between this individual and the person who works there now, who had the name Thomas before she married? Yeah, if you like to. Okay, thank you.
Was there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Oh, I'll second that. All those in favor?
I will abstain.
Motion carries. Item 12, Juvenile Probation Office. Consider approving the termination of a lease agreement between the County of Fayette and the Community Resources of Fayette County doing business as Crime Victim Center, which was signed effective January 1st, 2012.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Under Public Works, consider approval request from Cougar Land Services made at the Commissioners' November 2013 meeting to perform seismic testing at various county parcels of land.
Solicitor Cup, have you reviewed that agreement? You have not? Okay. Does anyone know what the amount? Does anyone know what the amount is? I have something that's dated back in October, where it was a proposal, but I don't know if. Okay, you haven't reviewed it. Okay, I'll move to table.
Second the table.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approval of a lease extension with PFBC Jacobs Creek Park Watershed in Bullskin Township.
Do we know what PFBC is? Oh, okay. Is that not a ratification?
I cannot speak at my commissioners meeting. I will call you back.
Does anyone know if that's a ratification? I thought that we as commissioners signed a fishing game. I know I signed off on something that's it was with fishing game. I don't know if that was for Jacobs Creek or if that was for something else. Okay, forget about that. Yeah, forget about that one because he's already said he hasn't taken a look at that.
No, this is all mine, just that form.
Right. No, I'm saying it doesn't. Don't give John Cuff the Cougar Land Services because we've already voted on that to table. And he can't read that now anyway. But see if you have the Jacobs Creek watershed.
Yes, the Greenland. Is it the Greenland Run Lake?
Yeah, that's
yes.
Okay, let's take a look at that real quick. And
I think I've seen that.
You have?
Yeah, I think I've
Okay,
seen
that's just, is that just the lease extension? All other terms and conditions are the same? Is that what it is? Okay, can you look at it real quick just for your recollection? And I think that's what it is too, but I want to, you said you've already reviewed it, right? Okay. Okay. And it's just extending the lease. To when?
What's the extension on this? Is the
Depends
itself.
Okay, to when? Do you know when?
Yeah, December 1st, 2018.
Okay, through December 1st, 31st, 2018?
It says first on here, but I suspect it should say 31st because your other agreement says 31st, and I think that's probably a typo.
I will make a motion to approve a lease extension between PFBC Jacobs Creek Park Watershed in Bullskin Township with the County of Fayette, which, correct?
It's between the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission and the County Board of Commissioners.
Okay. Which extends the lease through December 31st of 2018.
Right.
That's my motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approval of license agreement with Texas Eastern for a land use agreement at Dunlap Creek Park in Manalapan Township.
Have you reviewed that, Solicitor Cup?
Yeah, we reviewed that several months ago.
Okay, is that that's the $10,000 payment? One-time $10,000 payment? And you're okay with all of the other modifications that were made as far as?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it seemed that $10,000 was more than an adequate amount of money whenever.
Yeah, but in addition to that, the other parts of the agreement that said who was responsible for any damages, liability, you're okay, that's been all taken care of, correct? That's what I thought. I'll make a motion to approve the license agreement with Texas Eastern and Fayette County for the sum of $10,000 for the land use agreement at Dunlap Creek Park in Manila Township.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 14, Recorder of Deeds. Consider entering into a contract with IBM Inc. for implementation of the UPI system for the Recorder of Deeds office. And we can put in the proper name, the total name, John, for that.
Yes.
And give that information to Amy.
Do you have, well, give it to me too, because were you not in, you had a conversation with whom? From Tuesday's meeting, or from the last meeting till now?
I've spoken to Mr. Murphy and I spoke to Mr. Pellis, but I don't recall whether that was before last Tuesday's meeting or after.
Okay, but recently you said there was an email exchange.
With Mr. Murphy.
Right, have you spoken?
Here.
Right, have you spoken with the attorney, Tom Pellis, who represents Mr. Murphy?
I did, but I don't remember when that was, whether that was before last Tuesday or after, or between last Tuesday and
Okay,
today.
so what basically has changed in that agreement?
Well, what we need to change is that we have to change the name.
Can I read something?
Yeah, you can look at mine wrong.
Well, no, go ahead.
We need to change the name from IBN to Insurance Business Network.
Okay, so what else?
And the other thing that we had discussed, but which I don't know whether we want to change or not, is whether or not you want to continue the provisions under Section 6 term of agreement, which says that the initial term is for 5 years and the agreement is automatically renewable on a year-to-year basis. I don't know whether you want to continue that process or not. That was something that whenever I approached that, I believe last Tuesday, the discussion was that Mr. Murphy would be here and we'd discuss that with him being present. And Mr. Murphy's here. Why don't you step up here? We might want to ask you a question.
Okay. Fire away.
Well, yeah, there's a couple other items here, but go ahead. Because I went through the
Those are the two things that I recall from
I think the intent of that, Mr. Cupp, was to have the, you know, if either party wanted to get out, if Fayette County didn't want to continue with the contract, they would have to notify within a time period that they wouldn't want to continue with the contract as it stood. Otherwise, it would just renew on its terms year to year. I believe that was the intent of it.
And that's a reasonable purpose. I think we need to change the way we word paragraph 6B. And I'll
not just 6B. No, 6A. That's one of the items that I brought up. The initial term of the agreement is...
You want to change that too?
I gave the whole list. I don't know if you were at the meeting, but I know Ken Berkeley was at the meeting.
Yeah, I don't have that list.
Well, that's between you and Ken.
But,
well, the first one was the initial term of the agreement is for 5 years.
Okay.
Correct. Yes. That's correct.
Is that what you want? Did you
Yeah,
want
that's too
long.
Well, from what I understand, from reading some emails in the newspaper, somebody said that you would be agreeable to amend that.
No, I didn't. No, you asked me if you asked me directly at a meeting here, ma'am. You said,
no, this is last meeting. You weren't here.
I wasn't here, right.
I know, so I didn't ask you that.
Oh, well.
Right.
I'm here now.
Okay, so the initial, so you're saying that this agreement is for 5 years?
Correct.
Okay,
And that's the business model that needs to happen in order to make sure that enough revenue is going to be created to do what I plan on doing in 5 years.
Well, what do you plan on doing?
First of all, I plan on implementing it as soon as possible, so that you can start generating some income and we can get people trained on how to do this. Secondly, once we start creating a database, once people are comfortable with what's going on, what I'd like to do is to bring all that information into one database that is shared between multiple departments that can be either brought up through an HTML format, which is a web-based application, or use the current software that is in place now at my expense to add additional software space that would be necessary to do this. There are other items that come into play here that are not just, you know, monies that come directly to me or my company. If you read that, what I'm on the line for is for any changes that come down to the UPI law in Harrisburg. I'm responsible to implement that, pay for that cost. I'm responsible to implement and pay for this. I don't make a dime or get paid a dime until this gets into place. I'm cost sharing as a former public official. I know how frustrating it is to want to do things and not be able to have the money for it. So when I did go into my own business for this, I thought, you know, make a business model that would make sense for me. And that is go in and share with the entities that be. Show them you've got as much to risk as they do. If I don't perform, then I don't get paid. And it's important and it's incumbent upon me to make this as a robust and most efficient program that you could possibly have in Fayette County. I've done that. I have a track record of doing that.
Is not your payment, it says here, payment is in consideration for the services to be performed by the consultant. The client, Fayette County, agrees to pay you $1 or 10% per UPI number applied to all documents for the duration of the contract. So when would you anticipate, knowing the system, you've had your meetings, and when would you anticipate that the system would be up and running for the first document to be recorded that would have the UPI number on it?
Without being a little tongue-in-cheek, I guess after this meeting, I'm not quite sure, but I'm looking at probably 45 days from the day you pass your ordinance.
Okay, and when do you anticipate that the county would be passing the ordinance?
If you ratify my contract, I will start working with Mr. Cupp immediately to help formulate whatever the pleasure of the county is to put into their ordinance.
Which would then come back to the county, okay? Here to vote on the ordinance and to set up the $10 fee if that's going to be the fee, right?
The most favorable time frame would probably be your April Commissioners meeting.
Okay, so once the April Commissioners meeting has the ordinance that is passed, then when do you anticipate from that time period that the system would be set up and running for the first document to be have a UPI number?
I believe 45 days if all departments work together. 45 days.
Okay, so you're only talking like a 2-month period. You know, you're really talking like less than 90 days.
On the initial rollout, yes. That's what I'm anticipating.
Okay, so your first payment would be most likely within a 90-day period.
It would be within 45 days of you closing out that first month.
Okay.
So it could be 90 to 120 days before I receive the payment.
So your first payment would be 120 days.
Yeah, somewhere between 90 and 120 days. Yeah.
And how many? What's the anticipated number of documents that would be generated?
Over the last 5 years, I have looked into the recorder's office and the documents, and they've ranged from 12,000 documents per year to 17,000 documents, what was last year, per year. And that was the high, and that was the low, and then everything in between. Other than that, I can't make any anticipation on if the real estate market does better, you might see more activity. The Marcellus Shell might create some more activity.
Okay.
But all those things.
So based on the last 5 years, which I got those numbers from the Recorder of Deeds office,
right.
1 year was 16,000, and the other 4 years were about 14,000. So for argument's sake, if you take the last 4 years, the average documents that are recorded in the Recorder of Deeds office that would be subject to a UPI number is what, 15,000? Can we agree on that?
Yeah, all of it, yeah.
Okay, so your fee would be what, $1 on that? And
based on the fee schedule, $10, yes.
Based on a fee schedule, $10. Okay, and can you explain this $10 or 10% higher? What does that mean? Is it?
Say this again.
It says
it's
that you would be
10%.
Whichever is greater.
Correct. Well, I don't control. What if you decide to put a $5 UPI fee?
Oh, okay.
I have no control.
So this here is based on a $10 fee?
It's based on what's customary. I don't know what the county commissioners are going to pass because that's in the ordinance.
I don't understand.
You can make any number you want on it.
It's $1. It says here for $1 or 10%, whichever is greater per UPI.
Yeah, there may be one place in the Commonwealth that charges a $20 fee, in which case you get $2.
I think yes.
I'd be willing to, and I spoke to somebody that I said I would be willing to cap that.
Well, he just said he thinks you have a cap.
Yeah.
Is that cap in that agreement there?
I don't know what Mr. Cup has in front of him.
Yeah,
did you agree to a cap?
I sent him one with. I sent a revised copy to either your email, somebody's email here that I saw. I sent a revised copy saying that $1. I'm sorry, 10%, not to exceed $1.50.
Okay, does Chief Clerk, do you have that?
I don't recall getting that.
Solicitor Cup, do you have that?
No, that's not the one I have before me.
Okay, well, you could certainly put that not to exceed $1.50 per UPI.
And how do the anticipated revenue is $450,000 that is placed in the budget? How?
There again, I did not formulate the budget and then come up with that number. That number is something that the county commissioners and the Recorder of Deeds have come up with. It depends on a lot of variables. I mean, it could be more than that, it could be less than that. It depends on the activity level of the oil and gas business. Because one of the things that a lot of counties don't do that this county wants to do, and Westmoreland County does, is implement a subsurface UPI leasing on your leases. So that, for example, if you have an oil well that sits on one piece of property, one parcel, it may touch 100 different parcels. Under your ordinance that I would recommend you pass is that you have that oil and gas company identify whose land they're pulling oil from or gas from, and that's what they're doing in Westmoreland County. So then you could have multiple UPIs.
Okay, well,
And again, these are all variables that...
I was present at the budget meeting when the Recorder of Deeds office said he believes that bringing in this UPI system would generate $450,000.
Okay.
My question to him and to Sam Lynch, our paid consultant, was, where did you come up with that figure? He said, based on conversations with you and with the Recorder of Deeds office, that is the dollar, the amount that you all felt comfortable that the county would be generating. So that's why $450,000. I don't understand how $450,000. That's the number that's being presented.
Well,
why? If there's only 16,000 in the average, it's like 15,000.
Right.
Am I mathematically figuring something wrong here?
No, because there could be multiple UPIs in one document.
Okay. Okay, because if there was only one UPI on one document, $10 times...
That makes sense, you're right.
But
UPIs there are multiple transactions on one document.
Okay, well, as I said before, I think the 450 was well overestimated. Can you answer, let's see here. It says here, under item number 3, payment and accounting to UPI government services shall be agreed upon at the time of the contract?
You can amend all that, because those were DBAs, and you can amend all that to Insurance Benefit Network. That's fine. And I apologize to you for that confusion. I know it was confusing.
Okay. When Westmoreland County implemented the UPI,
yes.
Were you the Recorder of Deeds?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
And I was the one responsible for moving the UPI forward. It took us 18 months to work out all the bugs and to get everybody on the same page and work out, because we were doing something new. We were doing the subsurface, which is something...
Was there any other company involved in assisting Westmoreland County Recorder of Deeds office?
No.
Okay. Could you tell me what other counties you already have implemented?
Yes, well, besides Westmoreland County, Bedford County.
Okay. Westmoreland, Bedford.
And you brought up, I think, in a meeting something about Indiana County. And I've been talking to the Recorder of Deeds in Indiana County, and I think you said that they did their own. Did you say that?
Can you just finish my question first?
I am, but I mean, it was something...
Yeah, I'm going to look for it. Westmoreland and who else again?
Bedford.
2 counties?
Yeah, and hopefully Fayette County.
Oh, okay, because from what was said before...
Is that I'm in negotiations with 2 other counties besides those.
Okay, but what was said before was that you were the only consultant professional that was able to perform this service. But you've done it for Westmoreland. There's been other counties. Here's the information that the tax assessment office provided.
Okay.
It says the following counties implemented their UPI program in-house. Okay. Now I'm getting this information from our county chief assessor's office. Okay. Indiana, Washington.
Indiana did not. That's not true.
I'm getting this information.
Okay, I'm not correcting you now.
Yeah, well, you're not correcting me. You're correcting him.
Well,
and he's the one who just made that.
I'm trying to give you the correct information.
I'm just letting you know that they said that. Did you do Indiana?
I'm talking to Indiana right now, and I know they're not doing it yet because I'm in negotiations.
Do they have a UPI program?
No, not yet.
Okay. Washington, Cumberland, Elk, Fulton, Lebanon, Luzerne, Lycoming, and Schuylkill. Those are the ones that our office said implemented it. Okay, and also, according to this UPI study of 2013, Indiana County implemented it. Let's see here. Year it was enacted. It says right on this UPI study.
It's wrong. I talked to Ms. Warman last week.
It said that it was implemented in the year 2002. Okay. But that's one county out of the other ones. And then it says, let's see, York County has been implemented, and then Franklin is in the process of hiring a consultant for GIS with the UPI included in the contract. Is Franklin County one of those that you are negotiating with?
No.
So there is another consultant out there that's able.
I don't know. You didn't ask me if there was anybody out there doing what I'm doing. I'm telling you no.
Okay. Okay. Well,
there is nobody out there who has my skill set and has the qualifications and also doing the subsurface that I am.
Okay.
Nobody.
Well, Franklin County, according to our assessment office, spoke with Franklin County, and they're in the process of hiring a consultant, which you said is not you, for GIS, and they would have the UPI included.
That's for GIS. GIS, ma'am.
It says with UPI included in the contract, sir.
I'm just telling you.
I'm just telling you what I'm reading.
You don't have a GIS here.
I'm just telling you what I'm reading. Thank you. I believe that this is a program this law has been since 1998. Okay?
Since 1988.
Huh?
It's 1988 it was enacted.
And 1988, which is the document that you had given us, and I believe that I still do not have a legal opinion from Ken Berkeley, which I requested, that we should seek proposals. It was stated by one or two of the commissioners, I don't remember if both of them said it, that, well, it's a professional service. This isn't a discussion for you because it's not obviously up to you. And a professional service under the county code is architect, engineer, medical, legal, and in my opinion, we should be seeking proposals. Could I ask you, what is your professional, you're a consultant, I understand that. Is there like a profession that you have that enables you to
I think that I could get, again, uniquely qualified of anybody you could get. I actually did the job for 12 years.
Okay, I understand that.
So I don't know what other qualifications you would want.
Well, I'm looking at the county code.
It's apparent to me, ma'am, that no matter what I say, I'm not going to be good enough. You've had time to vet me and everything else, and I'm still not good enough, and I'm sorry.
No,
but I will do a very good job in spite of all that.
I have no one to compare you with, and that's the issue.
And that's because no one else does it, ma'am.
You may be better than somebody else. I don't know. The problem is that the county has no other professional out there that we've sought to say, hey, can you do this work? And I have to pay attention to what my staff is telling me, that there have been others out there. Okay, whether you agree with our county staff that's fine. You may not want to agree with them, but under the professional services, whether you want to argue, and I don't mean you, but our county solicitors argue whether or not it falls under professional service. I don't know what the profession is. It's not medical, it's not legal, it's not, and you weren't able to tell me, but in my opinion, there's not a profession. I know you're qualified, you said you were.
Call it whatever you want, it's consulting.
Okay, the code doesn't say you can hire consultants without seeking proposals.
Oh, yes, it does.
I believe, as a county commissioner of Fayette County, that it would be in Fayette County's best interest to seek proposals to determine if we are getting the best for our buck.
And that would be your pleasure, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, could you, and I do not want to delay this meeting any longer than we have to, but I think it's important for the general public to understand
what it is,
what all the benefits of adopting this UPI system across the various offices in the county.
The reason the UPI was written back in 1980 was for a way for counties to go through and kind of clean up their parcels. To this day, you have parcels in Fayette County and all counties that the descriptions say to the big tree, past the creek, and there's really no descriptions on how to clean them. There's gray areas about where these parcels are. This is an attempt to help clean that up, because the most important thing that a county has is its proper assessment and parcel recognition, because they get the revenues through property taxes. So that's one of the most important things they can do, is clean that up. The other intent of this was to also globally connect anything pertaining to real estate within the courthouse. There are multiple offices throughout the courthouse that house real estate documents or pertain to real estate, such as your civil court records, judgments and liens, the Register of Wills office with estates, and also the Recorder of Deeds office and all the documents that they do as they convey real estate back and forth. When an attorney or an abstract company or title company goes to search for a piece of property today, they must know the name of the people so that they can follow a chain of title. And it's very difficult for them to do that because you don't know what property this lien may be attributed to under this guy's name, because he may own multiple parcels. By putting and implementing this countywide and bringing it to one common database, if you want to buy a piece of property and you don't know who lived there, but you want to see the chain of title, make sure it's clean. You're not buying somebody else's, liens and things. You put in that one number now, instead of having to find out, go to the pathonetary's office, having to go to the recorder of deeds, having to go to the register of wills, and hope you didn't miss something. You just pull that one number up. You don't need to know any names. That parcel you want to buy, everything comes up together on it. Now, this is something that will benefit the people of Fayette County more 20 years down the line than today. But you have to start somewhere. And that's why everyone has implemented this law at a different stage in each county's evolution since 1988. A lot of counties just don't have the resources. And I really understand that. There were a lot of things I wanted to do in public life that I couldn't because the money just wasn't there. So I came up with creative ways to try to do that so they didn't go to the taxpayers' pockets. And one of the ways to raise some revenue and to also do something that's good for real estate in this county is to implement a fee based on transferring of document. That user's using it at that point. Why go after the taxpayers as a mass tax increase when it's not necessary? And like I said, I also believe that I think I should have something in the game, some skin in the game myself. That's why I put it so that if it's successful, I get paid. If it's not successful, guess what? I'm not going to get paid as much. But I still have the same responsibilities. I still have to pay for my IT consultant services. I still have to pay for all my costs. I still have to do everything. I'm sharing in Fayette County, and I'm very good at what I do. Thank you.
I agree with your assessment. It is a good program to implement in Fayette County. As I said before, we still, my situation was we should seek out other proposals. It's not personal, Mr. Murphy.
I know that. I really don't.
Well, I don't even know you, so how could something be personal?
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the contract with
Insurance Benefit Network.
For the implementation of the UPI system for the recorder of deeds. And I'd like to thank Mr. Murphy for the time and working with the recorder's office, working with the tax assessment office, working with the Bar Association. You went above and beyond the call. I don't think we've received any solicitation from any other firm as we discussed this over the past 3 months, 6 months, whatever it was. So I make the motion and see where it goes.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll get to work right away. Thank you.
Item 15, tax claim. Consider approval of a motion to accept the following bids from the March 4th, 2014 repository sale bid opening, subject to all conditions being met as listed.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion carries. Item 16, under Commissioners, consider approval to name John Cupp as interim chief solicitor, county solicitor, until all interviews are completed for all candidates, effective immediately. And by doing this, we will, by being effective immediately, today the 18th, it will terminate Mr. Berkeley's services as of yesterday.
The question,
we would, good.
Question is, Mr. Cupp, do you want this?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
Well,
I applied for it.
Well, you applied for the job. Why wouldn't you want to be?
I was just adding to some levity. I like to make the motion. There was just some levity.
What's the?
We wanted to make sure you didn't change your mind since you applied.
Well, this is an interim chief county solicitor. I don't know how John Cupp was chosen over the other solicitor that we have, which is Cheryl Hyde. It says here, until all interviews are completed for all candidates. We only have 2 candidates because the requests for qualifications that were advertised, we received 2. One was from John Cupp and one was from Cheryl Hyde. There was only 2 responses through all of Fayette County and anywhere else who wanted to be our solicitors, Cheryl Hyde and John Cupp. Later, a letter was sent to Ken Berkeley's office from another individual who did not go through the process of the RFQ. And as Ken Berkeley pointed out in his communication to the commissioners, obviously that individual would not be considered as being qualified as meeting the requirements of responding to the request for qualifications. Until all interviews are completed, Chief Clerk, can you recall when the bids or the request for qualifications were open? Wasn't that sometime, wasn't that after the last commissioners meeting? Or that week, something like that? It's been at least, what, 3 weeks?
Seems like it's
I can find out exactly. I don't know offhand, but I can find out.
Well, here, wait a minute. John sent his RFQ in on February 12th. John Cupp did that, and Cheryl Hyde on February 13th. So it was sometime shortly thereafter. I believe the bids were open like that Thursday, that following Thursday. But at any rate, I mean, we haven't even interviewed, and time. I mean, I thought time was of the essence here. This idea of just saying until interviews are completed, that's the same thing that happened with Ken Berkeley's contract. First it said 3 to 6 months, and then it just said to continue as needed. There needs to be a date certain here, or interviews need to be conducted, and a decision with a chief county solicitor and assistant solicitors need to be done in April. And if that's, it doesn't need to go on past past 30 days. The other statement, that means a change in salary as well. What's the chief solicitor, what's the amount for the chief solicitor as per the...
We have been paying $4,000 a month to Mr. Berkeley.
Yeah, but that's a consulting contract. What's in the...
You would have to go back to the fair, when Joe
Mr. Farron's final year of salary in 2012, is that right? I think it was 2012, was $57,000 inclusive of benefits.
What's budgeted? Can someone pull up what? I don't think $57,000 is in the budget. What's the budgeted amount for the chief solicitor? What's the assistant solicitor's salary as well?
I'm looking.
Okay.
Solicitor's salary, department head, $50,500 was budgeted.
$50,500?
Yes.
What's the assistants, please?
It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. The assistant is budgeted at $57,065.
It's two. Well, that's two. 50,
oh, that's right.
Yeah, 57 what? I'm sorry?
$57,065.
Okay, so 2 into 57?
Is about
17. So it's about 28,000, about argument's sake, 29,000, right?
Close enough.
Okay. So you're saying that by doing this, then the chief county solicitors, John Cupp would then become the interim chief county solicitor, what, at $50,500?
That's apparently what's been placed in the budget. And also, in addition to that, all three parties, health insurance is $45,675, life $110, FICA $8230, and workers' comp $1,050. So the entire department of solicitors is $163,285 is what's been budgeted.
Yeah, that's based on...
that's health insurance.
Yeah, that's based on prior the prior individuals who held the position as well, as far
I
as
would assume
like
it has history, but
Right,
history.
Okay, so in other words, that is what, it would be $50,500 until all interviews are effective immediately, until interviews are then conducted.
That's how you would like to word it.
And also, there does, we would need to amend the agenda to terminate Ken Berkeley's contract. You don't, that would be the, is that correct? You don't want to just assume that by naming you as interim.
No, but you're right. And I would also suggest that if you're going to hold interviews for the assistant solicitor's position, if you're going to hold interviews,
well, you have to hold,
maybe you should have another advertisement to make people aware.
Yeah, and I agree with that, John. I think one of the things, you know, there was a number of people that did not see the original advertisement. So I'd like to do kind of a twofold thing. We certainly can advertise again. You know, we need more people, especially people that are interested, that just never saw the first advertisement. And I think it's appropriate, in addition, since this is a public meeting, to state that we will look, and we are requesting additional attorneys in Fayette County to, if they are interested in doing some work as a county solicitor, that they apply or send their resumes in.
no. You can't go, you either do a request for qualification or you do letters, you know, you don't say that some people can apply through. Okay, what I want to, you're right. You're agreeing with me that would not be the proper. Right, you do an RFQ. You don't do another. You don't do a letter. Okay, it's an RFQ.
No, we're going to do an RFQ. I'm just stating that we do want people to apply. You know, when we do send out the RFQ. So, you know, because there's some people that may miss the advertisement, and I'm hoping that in a public forum like this, that would get the message out that we will be putting out an RFQ again for our solicitor's position.
That's really setting a precedent. Okay, number one, if you want to, here's what we have to do. If you want to do a re-advertisement for request for proposals, then we need to reject the other proposals. Correct, John?
If you want to, well, I guess you did reject them, but you haven't actually hired anybody, right?
We haven't even, as you know, we haven't even conducted interviews. So we cannot.
So you essentially are rejecting.
Well, we have to reject those if you're going to open it up. Okay, plain and simple. And the second thing is you're really setting a precedent to say next time we want to maybe do a RFQ for an engineer. Oh, well, we only got 2 people. Well, maybe a couple other engineers didn't read the paper, so you do it again. That makes no sense at all. That's why you have a legal advertisement, and that's why you have it on our website. And believe me, there is I mean, people in Fayette County knew, especially the attorneys, that we were seeking requests for qualifications. So if you want to do another one, then we have to amend the agenda to do that and reject the ones that were submitted. And then also, we need to amend the agenda to terminate the contract of Ken Berkeley, in addition to the solicitors. So you know what, I'll just do this. I'm going to make a motion to amend the agenda to terminate the consulting agreement between the County of Fayette and Ken Berkeley, effective
March 17th.
March 18th, today of the vote. Today, March 18th. I'll move to amend the agenda.
I have a question, and this is just a point of order. Should we not have amended the agenda for this purpose at the beginning of the meeting, opposed to the well, we hope is that nearing the end of the meeting?
I didn't know that I think the two commissioners at the agenda meeting should have put that on the agenda on Tuesday. It wasn't. I mean, you certainly don't, you can't hire an interim, name an interim if you already have an existing contract.
To answer your question, you should amend the agenda at the beginning.
That's
But we
correct.
did.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think to
But we
amend-
can still take public comment.
I don't think that's right.
And you'd have to also amend the agenda to do the RFQ, unless you're going to do that in April as well.
That's going to push you into May to accept it. Push it forward to April.
I'm not the one who wants to rescind RFQs and
I understand. I understand.
It was with the other commissioner's suggestion, not mine. I'm saying that if it's going to happen, it needs to be voted on. Plus, John's name was put on here. Did anyone meet with John, asking him prior to this, or meet with Cheryl Hyde? John, did you have any conversations with any of the three commissioners to see if you wanted to accept the interim position?
I just asked him just now. That's the.
No, you asked whether or not you would accept it. I'm asking you if you've had any prior conversations.
I don't recall whether I did or not. I know that I spoke to Commissioner Ambrosini about being solicitor, but I don't remember whether he asked me if he was going to appoint me interim or not. I think he did, but we had a discussion about that.
I mean, it's obvious that Mr. Cupp is doing the lion's share of the work, and I think it's would be reasonable to expect him to take on the role as interim since Mr. Berkeley's duties are completed and until we have a chance to interview additional people for the three positions that are available.
Well, again, only 2 people applied. My question is not anything about what you just said. I just simply asked you, John, if you've had any discussions since the time that you submitted your response for under the RFQ to be the chief solicitor to Tuesday when this was, or whatever date this was put on the agenda, to serve as the interim solicitor. You didn't have any conversations with me. Did you have any with, you think you met with any of the other
I spoke to, I know we had a meeting last Tuesday, and this was on last Tuesday. And I know that we talked about it, if not at the agenda, if not at some other time.
Did anyone, okay, did any commissioner discuss it with Cheryl Hyde to see, I mean, I didn't ask you, I said any commissioner, okay? I mean, because she applied for the chief solicitor just as you did. Did you talk with Cheryl Hyde?
I've not interviewed her, no.
No,
I have not interviewed anybody. I did not talk to.
Did you ask Cheryl Hyde if she wanted to be, if she would take on the interim chief solicitor's position?
I've not seen her, no. I haven't talked to her about that.
Okay. What are you looking for, John?
I was looking for the amendments to the agenda.
Okay. Maybe what we could do is, we're looking it up, so we'll move on to a couple other items or something.
Sure. I mean, I have no objection to amending. I just wanted to bring a point that, you know, again, I'll go along with the amendment, but.
Well, the only thing I'm asking, I mean, sure, all agenda items should be on this piece of paper, okay? It should be, all right? Now, again, if it's not on the agenda, let's just move on. Let's just move on. There have been other county commissioner meetings that you have done this. I'm wondering, you know, no one pulled out the Roberts rules, and you and Ken sat here for many, since July of 2012, at least for Ken, and I think it was 2012. But hey, it's not on the agenda, so if you want to move forward, then move forward. Well,
while John's looking at those rules.
You can do it.
You can do what?
You can amend your agenda.
During the meeting.
During the meeting.
I would think so, because I certainly would hope that all those attorneys we had sitting here would have objected to it all this time.
I second the motion to amend.
Amending it to what? For what? To add what? Yeah.
You made the motion.
For, which one are?
To terminate.
To terminate Ken Berkeley.
Terminate the agreement.
Okay. So you seconded, Vince?
Yes.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And we have to take public comment on it. Okay. And then the other one would be to, okay, that's fine. That's to terminate the contract, right?
Well, to rescind the applications.
No, my motion, read the motion, Chief Clerk. My motion was to terminate Ken Berkeley's contract. Is that not what, read it?
You made a motion to amend
the agenda.
Amend the agenda to terminate the agreement between Fayette County and Ken Berkeley effective 3/18/14.
That's my motion, and it just got seconded. So, okay. And you take public comment on that? Solicitor Cup?
Well,
we don't have any, do we? I thought
I don't know. I mean, is that
you were calling for it?
I don't call for it. I'm asking you. The next procedure is to call for public comment, correct?
Call for public comment
on that particular item.
On that particular item.
Call for public comment.
Any public comment?
Yeah, it's about time.
Okay. Now.
Way past time. He should have been gone a year ago.
Okay.
2 years ago. He should have been gone.
Okay,
Nothing but a leech on Fayette County.
Is there any other public comment on that item?
Right now we have to vote.
Is this Mr. Berkeley?
We have to vote on it.
I find it really interesting that for the 2 years, what do we have, like $75,000 we paid this guy? He's avoided no litigation whatsoever. He's had suicides in the jail. You have people suing county commissioners. He's avoided nothing. He's come down here to Fayette County and robbed this place for $75,000, literally. He's performed nothing, and we've never seen his report. Angela had to beg you for it, which the public has still never seen, what 75 grand has bought us. Is that what you call professionalism?
Okay.
How many suits did he stop? That was the original. He was originally hired to cut down or stop suits against the county. How many did he eliminate?
I don't know.
No, because he didn't eliminate any.
That's a 75 grand bought you, Ralph. Nothing.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, now we have to vote on it. I'll move to terminate the contract effective March 18, 2014. And to prorate the contract. It's $4,000 a month, so prorate it to $318. You see any issues with that, John? Okay,
Yeah,
that's my motion.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Okay. Now we're on naming John Cupp as the interim chief solicitor at $50,500 until all interviews are. That's what we're on now, right?
Yes.
I'll make the motion. I think Mr. Cupp is an outstanding legal mind. He does go above and beyond the call. Anytime there's a question, Mr. Cupp answers it within a timely fashion. I think he's a credit to the practice of the law.
I should have to do my radio commercial. Thank you.
And in addition, he does have a lot of historic knowledge of the county, which is invaluable.
Sounds like you got the job next month.
So that was a motion?
That was my motion.
Okay. Second. All those in favor?
Nay.
Aye. Motion carries.
Aye.
Let's make another, I'd like to make a motion that we make another amendment to rescind all the 2 applications that I received for the county solicitor's office and re-advertise.
Okay, first off, we're rejecting the...
Rejecting.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to make the motion, I'm just correcting it on rescind versus, which I'm not going to correct anymore. That's your job, John, to correct the motions, not mine.
I can tell you what I think you want to say. but I'm not sure that I should do that.
No, you shouldn't. But he said his motion was to rescind. We obviously know that you don't rescind. It's obvious that you reject the proposals.
Okay. We can reject. Okay.
Reject and re-advertise.
And re-advertise. For the positions of counties, for all the positions of county solicitors.
Yes.
I make that motion.
To amend. I'll second the motion to amend.
All those in favor?
Aye. Amend the agenda. Public comment then you have to do, right, John?
Yeah. Any public comment on re-advertising for the solicitor's positions? Seeing none, I'll make the motion, the same motion, that we reject all bids.
All our request for qualification.
And re-advertise.
Second the motion.
All those in favor?
Nay.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item is consider approval to establish rules for the public comment at all commissioners meetings as advertised. And
Doesn't say as advertised.
I will read those.
It says as attached.
As
Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, before you go any further on those, again, although it is 2:18 p.m., this meeting began at 10 a.m. I'm not good with the math, but I think we're approaching the fourth hour into the meeting. I would like to ask if the commissioners would be considerate structuring some type of policy regarding public comment, but in no way breach the ability of individuals to express themselves. I don't know what the answer is, whether it's a half hour of public comment on agenda items or 45 minutes of comment on agenda items. Something of that nature, because again, I don't know if we have rezonings, but if we do, they're out there waiting. We are crossing over into other business of the county, but I don't support and I cannot support setting time limits on. I mean, outside of, I think 5 minutes is a sufficient amount of time to express yourself. I cannot support, so I would like to table for further discussion ways of implementing some type of structured policy that allows people to express their opinion, but yet does not, run into the fourth or fifth hour of a meeting and possibly delay other public business that is as important to those folks as their right to express themselves at a meeting.
So are you making a motion to table?
I am.
One of the things that we need to be conscious of is, we had a room full of people today, and there was a number of people, after so much time had expired, left the meeting room today. Now, I don't know if they wanted to speak or not, but obviously, they couldn't stay any longer. So I think whatever rules that we establish, I think it's important to be cognizant of the people who do come to these meetings don't have 4 or 5 hours or days. As some of you already indicated, you'd be more than happy to stay here for days. I think we have to come back to some common sense approach to that and make public comment available for everybody. So
and for the record,
that's going to have to require some reasonable time limit for people to speak.
And for the record, please, if I may.
Instead of going all around the highway, it's your fault that it takes so long for public comment because people ask you a question and you go off on a tangent on something else. You can't give a yes-no answer out. You never give a yes-no answer or a direct answer to any question anybody asks you. You go off on something else to get their mind off of what they ask you. It's your fault that these meetings go on forever.
Mrs. Mazza, it's public comment. It's not a debate. It's not a question and answer period.
It's not. It's a question and answer period.
It is not. And
it is. If a citizen wants to ask you a question and they get up to the podium and ask you a yes-no question, you should give them a yes-no answer. That's what public comment is about, and it's about people telling you what they feel. And you don't pay any attention to what the people tell you.
To table until we come up with a common sense approach.
You think you're the dictator.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Nay. I'm not moving to table. I don't want it. Why would I move to table? You're going to have to wait for Commissioner Sabatowski to come back
in. The vote dies for lack of a second.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I know this is exhausting for people, but I mean, this is county business. And the other thing too is while we are waiting, I'm going to take this opportunity. The meetings would not take this long if the public was informed prior to the meetings.
That's right.
How many here even know what all the resolution for the public comment is? No, so how can you even comment on it? So, Vince, there's a motion. He seconded your motion to table, so we're ready for a vote. So you have to record the first vote. You understand that, right? Correct, Solicitor?
Yeah, I took a vote. You record it. Okay, so now you call for a vote again.
Yeah. Vote on your motion, Vince. I seconded it, and we need a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Next item.
And may I inform the Board of Commissioners that they're rezoning, they're out there waiting.
Yes, which is another thing. Our Planning and Zoning Office should have known that, and there should have been communications that this was going to be a longer meeting and made
How would they know it's going to be a longer meeting?
Oh my goodness, who in this room did not know that this was going to be a long meeting? It should have been incumbent on commissioners, chief clerk, and or the solicitor to be talking and saying, hey, look, there's a scheduled rezoning. Let's perhaps, delay it. At any rate, let's move on. Next item on the agenda.
Next item is consider approval of the purchase of 58 acres from the Fayette County Economic Development Council, parcel numbers 25-16-0012 in North Union Township, 09-31-0041 in Dunbar Township, and part of 09-31-0042 in Dunbar Township for the Fayette County Justice and Rehabilitation Center in the amount of $1,250,000.
I'll make the motion.
Second. All those in favor?
Nay.
Aye. Motion carries.
And there's a number of reasons which I'll discuss. I'm not going to belabor the meeting, but nothing that the public hasn't heard already. First and foremost is because the business park was designed to be was supposed to be designed for economic development and not for a jail. And there's at least 5 other reasons, and I'll discuss it later. Or I'll reiterate what I've previously said later.
Well, Commissioner, we have Mr. Blaney here today, the president of Fayette Penn. If you have any questions.
I don't have any questions of Mr. Blaney.
Okay, good. Okay, next item, consider a motion to approve the February 18th, 2014 regular Commissioner meeting minutes.
Skip one.
Oh, consider approving to rescind motions 13-10-15-46, 13-10-15-48, 13-10-15-49, and 13-10-1550 relating to the construction of a new jail on parcel 09310049 in Dunbar Township, and that's the fairground property. So that's related to it.
Make the motion to rescind.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Aye. I second it. Actually, I didn't vote for it to begin with, so, but I'm moving this along.
Consider a motion to approve the February 18th, 2014 regular Commissioner meeting minutes. I second that. All those in favor?
I abstain.
Aye. Motion carries. I make a motion to table that, the special commissioners meeting minutes, since they're not complete yet.
Second to table.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider approval to make the following appointments. The Hotel Tax Grant Board. This is to consider making a motion, and I'll just do all three.
Well, let me ask
they're
a
all the
question
same
here.
term.
At the agenda meeting, was it passed on the agenda and with these names on here?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll do all three since they're all for the same term and the same board. Consider making motion to appoint Sean Seipold, Nancy Henry, and Don Robinson to the Fayette County Tax Grant Board for a one-year term which expires December 31st, 2014.
Second the motion for all three.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We need to have more individuals also interview and apply for these positions.
Under the Regional Trail, consider rescinding motion 14-01-21-57 to appoint Michael Edwards to the Regional Trail Corporation during the January 21st, 2014 Commissioners meeting.
Second.
Was that a motion? Or
That's a motion.
I will second it. Again, I cautioned that should not have been passed in January, but it was.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider making a motion to appoint James E. Johnson to the Regional Trail Corporation for a 3-year term to expire December 31st, 2016.
No. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. And the reason I'm doing that also is I did make a motion for him to back in January, and I didn't get a second. Glad to see it's being done now.
Under the Agricultural Land Preservation Board, consider making a motion to appoint William Orbash as a citizen at large to the Land Preservation Board for a 3-year term which expires January 2017. Excuse me.
No, those do not expire in January 2017. I've brought this up numerous times. It expires December 31st of 2016. And I've asked both solicitors to take a look at that, and that's been many, many, many months ago. I will make a motion to appoint William Orbash as the citizen
There's
at
already
large.
a motion on the table.
Well, okay, if you're going to do it for January of 2017, okay.
I second. Did I make, was there a vote? You made the motion?
No.
Well, you just said there was a motion. If I didn't make it and he didn't make it.
Then I made the motion.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. I'll make the motion.
Oh, goodness.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion
Well,
carries.
okay, that is the most ridiculous motion, expiring when in January? What, January 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th? There's 31 days. When?
Until he's replaced by another person.
That is not how our bylaw, the bylaws with the agricultural board and everything else is. This is...
Again, Commissioner,
It's December, all of ours is December 31st, and then authorities are the first Monday in January. Is that not correct, Solicitor Cup?
That's it.
Okay.
So you should make your appointment effective
December 31st of 2016, but when I tried to correct it, he said there was a motion and you didn't speak up, and so now the motion's been passed, and now I'm asking you. No, it's been voted on.
Well,
What's the vote? 2-1. It doesn't even say sometime in January. That's Solicitor Cobb, very specific.
I would suggest that you change all the January 2017s and the rest of the appointments under your Agricultural Preservation Board to December 31st.
Yes, which is what I've been saying for many, many months. And then also change that website, because one commissioner told Nicole Young to change all of that, and they're all saying January of a year, and it's absolutely incorrect. Talk about misinformation to the public. I don't know whether, well, the motion's been passed for sometime in January 2017.
let's move on. Consider making a motion to appoint Michael Reskback as a farm representative to Land Preservation Board for a 3-year term, which expires December 2016. December 31st, 2016.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider making a motion to appoint Ed Rinkoff Jr. as farm representative to Land Preservation Board for a 3-year term expiring December 31st, 2016.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider making a motion to appoint Mary Musetti as a
First off, I mean, give somebody else a chance to make a motion. I mean, you're just reading. I don't know, where are you getting these names from? You have them written down on your paper.
Yeah, these have all been...
Well, there might be someone that I wanted to, okay, you already have Mary now.
As
Mary
a non-agricultural representative to the Land Preservation Board for a 3-year term expires December 31st, 2016.
Make the motion.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Consider making a motion to appoint Cindy Komarsinski as a commercial industrial contractor representative to the Land Preservation Board for a 3-year term, which expires December 31st, 2017.
See, and that's wrong. You just said that you were naming everyone who's already been on the board, and Cindy Komarski has not been on the board. Who is Cindy Komarski, and is she a commercial industrial?
That's Cindy Komarinsky.
Komarinsky, yes.
She owns a bed and breakfast in either Wharton or Henry Clay Township, and she's an instructor at Westmoreland County Community
Is she a commercial industrial contractor? I don't believe she is, but I don't know.
What's running a bed and breakfast? Is that a commercial?
Contractor. Contractor.
Slash.
I think
Commercial industrial contractor. I don't know.
It's either one.
It's either one, it looks like. It could be either commercial or an industrial contractor. So
is she either one of those?
She's commercial because she
is she? I don't know who she is, so I don't.
She owns bed and breakfast.
Yeah.
Did she interview for this position?
Art. Art recommended.
I didn't ask, thank you for that information, but I didn't, did she interview for the position is what I asked.
You know,
I don't recall the name. Thank you.
Did somebody make a motion?
You did.
I read it.
I'll make the motion.
Second, all those in favor?
For what's as written on the agenda for expires January or what?
December 31st, 2016.
I will. Yeah.
All those in favor?
Who seconds it?
I did.
Okay. I will abstain.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And before you move off, I suggest you take the advice of the solicitor who said that William Orbash's should be December 31st, 2016. Otherwise, you're going to have him in January and everybody else in December 31st. Then that means you have to make a motion to rescind and then redo it.
First you made the motion. She made the motion.
Yeah, I know.
Consider making a motion to rescind William Orbash as citizen at large to the Land Preservation Board for a 3-year term, which expired, in this case, January 2017.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll make a motion to appoint William Orbash as citizen at large to the Agriculture Land Preservation Board for a 3-year term to expire December 31st, 2016.
Move.
I did that. I made the motion, Vince.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I make a motion to appoint Lloyd Mosier as a public representative to the Fayette County Conservation District Board for a 4-year term to expire December 31st, 2017.
Move.
I move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Under the Workforce Investment Board,
I'll make the motion to rescind. As I said before, he should not have been in that category. To rescind rescind the resolution, and I don't know what the resolution number is, which we should have. Make a note of that, Chief Clerk, for future references, please. To rescind the resolution that named Jeffrey Myers in the business representative category of the Workforce Investment Board for a 3-year term ending December 31st, 2016.
Move.
I move.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll make a motion to appoint Jeff Myers to the education category of the Workforce Investment Board for a 3-year term ending December 31st of 2016.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. I'll make the motion to rescind Christina Becker to the education position of the Workforce Investment Board for a 3-year term ending December 31st, 2014.
When was that motion made? When was that resolution passed? I don't recall naming her, plus...
Yeah,
for
I talked, I think it's her name is Donna.
No, we're talking, okay.
Yeah, the state had came in and had to change these, made them change these.
No, I'm asking, you're rescinding something that says for a 3-year term ending December of 2014?
Yeah, that's
So when was that?
That was done 3 years ago, and they came in and had them change it.
Okay, so the original appointment would have been in 2012.
Right.
No, 2011.
Yeah, they didn't change it, yeah.
Okay. You're positive of that,
Yes,
Kathy?
I'm positive of that.
Was that voted on? I made the motion. Is there a second?
Is this to approve? We moved
This is to rescind.
Oh, rescind. I'll second the motion.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider to approve Christine Becker to the community member optional representative with the Workforce Investment Board for a 3-year term ending December 31st, 2014.
Move.
How does it become a 3-year term ending 2014?
If you talk to Donna, the state came in and this is how they wanted it.
Okay, so in other words, they're just changing the categories?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the wording a little bit.
I'll move.
I already did.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll move to, and the same thing for, I'll move to rescind whatever the resolution number is, please insert it, of Charles Moitka to the community-based category of the Workforce Investment Board for a 3-year term ending December 31st, 2015.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. I believe that's pronounced Motika.
I make a motion to approve, to appoint Charles Motika to the community member, community member option.
That's the wording they wanted.
Okay. Representative with the Workforce Investment Board for a 3-year term ending December 31st of 2015.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Consider ratification of the following transfers as listed for a total debits of $41,434.34 and total credits the same.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Are there any public comment or public announcements?
We do have a letter from Matt Thomas, who is a board member of the Airport Authority, that he has resigned. I don't recall the effective date, but I know that he sent that to all 3 county commissioners. So we will be, I hope, advertising and interviewing for that position. And that's my announcement. I'm not going to say anything more.
Any public comments?
Yes.
Yes.
You voted to buy the swampland in North Union Township. The supervisor said they don't want a jail in their township. The people who live there said they don't want the jail there. But you thumbed your nose at the people once again. Thanks, Al.
Well, first of all, it's not swampland. Second
It is
of all,
swampland when the guy next door is getting sewage, raw sewage backed up in his business. And he very emphatically told you at that secret meeting on the 26th of February, every time it rains, he gets flooded and he gets raw sewage in his business. And he's been fighting it for 6 years. And you completely ignored it, just like you completely ignored all the people that told you about how bad that land is. You went ahead and voted to buy it anyway. So you very, very clearly told us what you think about the public.
first of all, Mrs. Mazza, the property is not swampland. Second of all, the gentleman that spoke of his business is probably about 30 to 40 feet below where the jail is going to be placed, and it's in North Union Township. The jail itself will be in Dunbar Township, and all the stormwater on the piece of property where the jail is going to sit flows north, not south toward North Union Township. So there's no possible way that this jail can contribute to any flooding of that area where this gentleman's business is. The site where he is a low spot in North Union Township and has nothing to do with the water direction at the proposed jail site.
Well, I will add this, okay? It's not, okay, this idea of saying that it's at a low site. When Steve Lasky presented that information on February 26th, I believe it was the warden who asked him if he brought it to anyone's attention. And he brought it to state representatives' attention. He brought it to the attention of DEP. He then brought it to my attention. I then sent an email out to my fellow 2 commissioners, Andrew French of the Redevelopment Authority, DEP, a number of individuals, and that problem, you talk about creating jobs and wanting people to stay, well, you certainly aren't. When you ignore this problem all these years, you've already had some move out of that area, and this gentleman here is still being flooded. So that And again, it's all been ignored, and DEP has been very clear as to what the problem was.
And the people are still against it, so why would you even go ahead with it?
As I suggested to Mr. Lasky that he consult.
Hold on, but go ahead, that's another.
That was the response I made at the time.
No, I sent something back several months ago to both of you.
I spoke with Mr. Lasky too.
Asking you to meet with DEP and myself and Mr. Lasky. I mean, $150,000 is what's needed to redirect the water flow. That's what DEP said. And the cause of it is because the redevelopment authority misdirected it in the first place.
That's right. But that still doesn't alter the fact that the people that live there don't want it. And their rights should become first.
Also, 2 North Union supervisors are liars then, because they said they wouldn't build on that property, they wouldn't put a building on that property because it's not a place to build on. So they're liars. They don't know anything about that place.
Make it clear that you're not calling them liars, are you?
No.
Oh, right. You're okay.
No, I'm not. He is.
Okay. No, you're saying another.
And why should we believe anything you tell us? Because you never tell us anything truthful. No, I've heard you tell people there are things that never happened, and you swear by it. Another thing is, you wonder why these meetings take so long? Because you can't answer a simple yes or no answer. You've got to pontificate about everything and try to swing it away from
well, I believe the people determine.
Mrs. Zimmerling, I want to thank you for one thing. You're the only one that understands. You're the only one that understands this is supposed to be a government of, by, and for the people. And in Fayette County, that's not true.
Mr. Mazza, I represent.
I don't care who you
36,600 people. I don't care whether they vote.
You don't represent any people.
They're all citizens.
You represent a select few.
Right. And it has nothing to do with the public.
No.
You represent the politicians.
Well, you have no use for it. We collected 3,700 signatures in the worst weather we've had all winter that say you're wrong. I'm done.
No, you sure, sir? You have all the time you need.
No, I'm done, Terry.
Okay, guys.
Can't talk to these people.
Item number 5 is TIF program. You know, that's nothing more than corporate welfare. You're going to be ashamed for even doing it. Any developer from now on is going to come to the plate and demand the same thing. You've set a terrible precedent. You don't have to give away prime property. Give away the farm to entice people to come in here and invest and develop. That's been proven. Bad move, guys. No, I'm going to continue. You make your vote, and we're going to live with that vote.
They own that property. We're not giving them that property. That property is already owned by Whitewater. So just for clarification.
All the more reason to let them develop.
Yeah, they got the money. They got the
$28 million is development.
Okay. Item number 8, Children, Youth, and Services. I find it ironic that 7-tablet computer from Dell cost 13 grand. Are you telling me there wasn't a better deal that could be cut for 7 computers? $13,000?
That's what it said.
That's on page 3. Consider approval of the purchase of 7 tablet computers from Dell. The cost of the computers will be $12,943.91, and the agency will utilize the IT grant.
I believe, but I'm not, I believe whenever that information was provided by Children and Youth Services, that includes it's not just the tablets, it's the maintenance, the software, and things of that nature. Is that not correct?
Yes. That's the Office suite, it's PowerPoint, Excel, all the programs that cost you around $700-800 for the business professional suite.
I made that second and unanimous based on the information that was given, and it was not just 7 tablets. It's all, and that actually should have been clarified. But I'm going to take another look.
But if it's only tech support, it's the software. Come on, what do these tablets cost? Are they $500 a piece?
No, they're not tablets, Mr. Chris. They're computers.
I'm sorry, well, it has 7 tablet computers.
It's laptop computers.
Give me an idea what they cost.
A 17-inch monitor, around $1,300 to $1,500 each. And then the programming, about $800. And tech support, I have no idea, whatever they negotiated.
Okay, I guess it would have
I'll
been.
check into that.
It would have been clear.
Okay.
Emergency Management Agency, 10. Did you guys not vote to give Motorola $8 million to implement that new transmission service between times?
Yes.
$8 million. And now they want another $2 million.
Well, that's why it was tabled, because we're asking to clarify that.
I mean, don't you think $2 million for maintenance is a lot of money for someone who just pitched you an $8 million program?
Well,
and again, we have no negotiator at the table here in the county, it seems like. It's what everybody wants, because the contractor wants it, just give it to them now. What the hell?
Yes, it's $2 million over a 10-year period, but that's why we tabled that, because it did not make sense.
I certainly hope you look into those numbers by all means. Recorder of deeds. You know, it's a mix-up of numbers here. One person says there's 16,000 parcels. And if you do that by 10, that's 160 grand. How does Malosky come up with 450 grand in projected earnings when the guy sat here and told you there's 16,000 parcels times $10 is 160?
Well,
how are we so far away on that number?
I can say that it was not, because I was present, it was not just Malosky, it was also Sam Lynch, the Susquehanna consultant.
I mean, we're off 300 grand there.
I agree.
And my other question is, for this guy who so nicely come up here and stated his credentials and what he could do, he's going to do all that for 16,000 bucks and pull out his own money to do that? I don't believe that any adult businessman would ever do something like that for 16 grand. These numbers aren't real you're providing us here. They're fuzzy now. Nobody's doing it for 16. Malosky's off 300 grand. Where does all this come together, guys? How did you vote on something you don't really have even a grasp of? Tell me. How?
As Mr. Murphy indicated, that on some of these deeds there will be more than one number, UPI number.
You're gonna be times in this times 4, Al. Times 4 to get Malosky's projection.
Well, as he's indicated, on a gas lease agreement where you might have the well site sitting on one parcel, but it touches maybe 100 other parcels.
Okay.
And so all those UPI numbers.
He rings the register for 101. Is that, I mean, basically what you're telling me? Okay, there's 101. Now,
well, the other thing too is that this isn't going to be implemented, you already said, in 120 days. So that means that $450,000 is anticipated from August through the end of the year.
Impossible.
And that's just not going to happen.
Al, you got to admit, this is all crazy math that makes no sense in the whole program. Other counties have implemented. You're calling your professional staff incompetent, that they don't have the ability or talent to do that.
I'm calling my staff.
Then why wouldn't you give them the opportunity, hire a consultant for $5 grand a month, pay him for 6 months, spend $30,000 on a consultant fee, boot his ass out the door when he's done, and have your own program set up for eternity?
I think probably we ought to change our minds and go over to Westmoreland County and buy that antiquated gel.
No, they don't like their numbering system, I found out yesterday.
Oh, right, I also...
They're not too happy with their system now. Maybe you should have made that phone call, you're right.
Westmoreland County Recorder of Deeds are not happy with the system that they have.
Okay, 16, Commissioners. The John Cupp story. I find it interesting. You're willing to do another RFQ for a solicitor, but not for the UPI system.
Yeah.
Now, how can we do it for this gentleman, but not for this guy? It's okay to do it, and this isn't personal towards you, my man. This is for everybody. If it's good enough to do an RFQ for what you want to do, why was it not good enough for an RFQ for a UPI system? That was a fair and easy, achievable goal. It's good for him, not good for him. Don't understand it. Consider the approval of the 58 acres that you guys just agreed to. Al, I find it ironic, and I'm going to use your comment. Joey Sayurel said he's the closest guy he was okay with. Tell me something. Was that a letter or a phone call that he told you that? How did you know that?
That was a conversation between Mr. Sayurel and a member of the project team.
Who was the member of the project team he spoke to?
It was Jim Killinger.
Oh, of course it was. So Killinger went and saw Joey, who does not live on the property, and he says, I'm okay with a prison next to my property. Is that correct?
Yeah, he owns the property that is adjacent to this 58 acres.
Just make it clear, because you certainly don't want Mr. Killinger coming back and saying to you, hey, Terry, you know, say, you know what happened before. So what you just said is what this is confirmed by Commissioner Ambrosini, right? You're not saying these.
No, that's exactly right. I didn't know anything about Mr. Sawyer or in the family objecting or being for this. I had no clue until you brought it up. But you know, some people call it swampland. You can call it whatever you want. What it is called is economic development property. And our county taxpayer dollars gave Fayette County the money to buy that property. If I would have known that property was going to be subdivided or rezoned for this purpose, and I told you before, I'd have been there with a team of lawyers opposing it. Because Fayette County said they were going to put it out for economic development, when I think of 60 acres being wasted by a prison, you've just taken 60 acres of tax-generating money off the table forever. You've stopped numerous people from building spec buildings and nice businesses with hire men to come to work. That's all done. You've kiboshed it all for a wannabe prison that should stay here in Uniontown. And you do have 3,700 people, an entire community, an entire business district, all said they don't want it. And your answer to me back was, Joey Sawyer thinks it's okay? I see where your priorities are in that statement. If it's okay for Joey and Killinger, that's fine and out. But the rest of Mount Braddock in the community and everybody else, hey, we don't care about your needs.
Maybe we ought to let Joey Sawyer
Well, no, I think they're looking for a supervisor or a warden position or maintenance down there.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. You know, and another thing, other people have made this. Today, the meeting is at 5 hours. Is it 3 o'clock? Is that clock off?
Yeah.
So we can't even have the clock set to the right time here. Al, you got to admit, there's a lot of goof-ups in what you do here. You don't know procedure. If it wasn't for this woman here, you guys would be lost. She speeds up the process. You're inequipped. You don't know. I don't know. This one don't know. We're not on the same page with anything here, and it drags on and on and on.
That's a nice opinion, Terry, but the fact is that this Board of Commissioners should have never had to deal with this prison project. It should have been handled 10 years ago. And the fact of the matter, it wasn't. All the reports that I dusted off the shelf and read all said the same thing. They all said we need a new facility.
Nobody said to build it out in Dunbar Township away from your county seat. Nobody ever said that.
That's because it's the least cost effective.
No, you don't know that. Al, you've never proved that to us. You have never proven to us what building up with an annex next to the courthouse is. Nobody's ever shown us how much fuel, tires, and maintenance and manpower is going to take to go from Uniontown to Dunbar Township.
Do you have a minute to listen?
I think it's my time.
I'm going to tell you, you know, you keep harping on this transportation issue, folks.
It's the first time he brought it up.
The way
he's
talked about, you know, I've heard this for months. The problem, folks, is the way we do it now is if there's an inmate in our existing county jail that needs to go to a hearing, whether it's in Masontown, Wharton Township, Connellsville, wherever it is, we put them in a car, we transport them there. Now, not only do they have to go there, but a public defender has to go there, and an assistant ADA, district attorney, has to go there. So that's you know, potentially 3 cars of traffic that has to run around to these MDJ's offices. And that's not only is it there's some liability issues with running prisoners around the county, there's a problem with the expense, the transportation expense. In the new jail, we're going to have a magisterial district's office in the jail. So when they need to go to a hearing, we're going to have an MDJ, 1 car, go to the jail that day. The district attorney and the PD will go there that day. All the inmates will walk out of their cells down the hall into that office to have that hearing. Then they'll walk back into the jail cell. That will alone, that will save money.
Just a few months ago, a lease was entered into between the county and the city of Uniontown for a central court.
How many hearings did you
Yes,
have?
there's going to be a central court in the facility.
Wait, no.
Yeah, I'd like to
It was just, I can't remember how many months ago, but it's a few months ago where you had the court administrators, well, you had someone from the court administrator's office come in, and the 3 county commissioners entered into a lease agreement with the city of Uniontown for a central court, which is the former police station.
Mm-hmm.
How many
So
hearings?
what's going on with that? You know what's not going on with that?
What?
Well, according to the president judge, who said it at a CJAP meeting, he's hesitant in pursuing that because the county commissioners haven't given him any money for a APO, adult probation officer, for the day reporting center. Now, I don't know, maybe at the salary board meeting that might have been, you know, a position created, but it wasn't budgeted for. But he did say that. But the point is that there was a lease agreement that was entered into. According to the court administrator's office, as she said it here at the podium, she's moving forward. So yeah, we do need to look into that.
And in regard to the APO officer, as Mr. Lozo is in disagreement with the judge, he feels the APO officer is needed upstairs. So there seems to be some disagreement between the 2 parties. Just
Guys, you put way too much on the plate here for anybody today, including yourself. This was a major mistake on your parts. Way too much on the plate. If you don't think people are going to come here and be involved anymore, you've opened up Pandora's box. The lid's off. Believe me, the people in the community know. They're going to put a microscope over your head, and her head from now on. We're not going to go away. You're making decisions that are not based on the best interest, and I'm going to exclude Angela on this one. You two are not making decisions based on the best interest of your constituents. And this prison deal really proves that more than anything.
I just signed 2 POs to pay $40,000. And this is just for two counties in rental fees for inmates.
We all know what the inflation bill is at the jail. It's overinflated crap.
Oh, overinflated crap? We're going to cut a check for overinflated crap?
It is. You don't have...
making these numbers up?
No. You know who made the numbers up? Judges going back for 10 years on bench warrants for bullshit. They'd never be in there, and the numbers would never be inflated. You got a day reporting center. You know, you have never even utilized it yet. There's options. Quit saying we need a Taj Mahal prison when you've neglected everything else. It's everybody got blinders on government, but the public understands the whole deal.
Everything you're saying, Terry, is totally
inappropriate and stupid?
Inaccurate.
I beg to disagree with that, my friend.
Check, we had 61 people in our day reporting program. And there's probably more than that now, but it's because it's been a while ago. We're not building a Taj Mahal. We're doing things efficiently. You know, you're saying overinflated.
The courts have fictitiously ran up numbers for us, the public, to be stupid and say, gee, there's so many criminals in Fayette County, we can't house them all. I don't care about some kid that has a minor conviction. He's thrown in there without...
costs from other counties. They're not our costs. They're costs from other counties.
Quit putting the wrong people in there. You won't have to ship anybody in.
We don't put anybody in there. That's the court.
Well, that's the whole idea of having the day reporting center. And again, remember what the, if we had the report, the proper jail report roster that the president judge has been asking the warden for, I'm sure it's close to a year by now, okay? And that well, I'm not going to even say that's for another subject, but, and why does he want that report? So he can look at the individuals who are in jail now and re-sentence them if eligible for day reporting, which again would ease up on the bed situation and would address the problem. Not overcrowding problem per se, but repeat offenders. That's what the judge said.
And on an ending note, that deal with Jared Billy that Kavanaugh brought up, Al, you better realize in private business, if that happened, that man would be fired same day. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Billy ought to be shown the door, and so should your IT guy, Dominic Carnicella, both out the door for that. It's an obvious, blatant game. You're caught red-handed. It's politics is normal here in Fayette County, except everybody's caught, and you know what the problem is? She wants to do something about it, you two don't.
But Al said when he was running that...
She admitted her mistake. She admitted her mistake.
I did not admit a mistake. I did not make a mistake.
I'm sorry.
I was given the wrong information.
You're
okay?
exactly right.
That's
But at least she
right.
admitted it and is willing to go backwards. You two seem to think, hey, okay, this Jared Billy's fault. We're good with him. Both of them men need fired. Set a precedent. Set this county straight on a right course. The LU said professionalism. One left yesterday. You're on a roll. Get rid of some more.
And we also, as far as that position is concerned, we also have to check with the chief assessor because that individual is an elected city official in the city of Uniontown, and so that would mean I would imagine that would be a conflict of interest for him to assess any properties in the city of Uniontown because he would be assessing his constituents' properties. So we'll have to make no, I won't. No, I guess I will do because that's part of my job. Make some
And from what I heard,
discussions
the
with
first thing this kid did is his duty is walking through the courthouse with a petition for more politicos on his first day of duty.
Well, that's true
Nice
because I
job.
got that from several individuals as well as there was other people too.
First day on the job, can I have a side petition?
Adjourn.
Any other, well, is there any other public comments?
I'd just like to ask Al a question. How many hearings have you ever been to? Because I sat in DeFino's office over in Brownsville. We had charges against the guy that ripped us off and waiting for him to come in. And the prisoners that were brought in for hearings, almost all of them were escorted by a state cop. There was no county personnel whatsoever with any of them. There may have been one prisoner brought in, I think he was ours.
Well, that's what Tammy Lambie said also.
There was no three people or three cars involved, like you just said. So once again, you're stretching the truth once again.
What I said was correct in that, we still have to have a PD. Now, I don't know whether some of these inmates come in from SCI.
I'm telling you, and I sat in the hearing just here last week. That was the officer that was in there was a state cop.
Right.
Just last week it was. It was a state cop. There was no local people involved. Period.
Are you saying that? Are you telling?
I'm telling you, you don't know what you're talking about.
Are you telling me that a state policeman goes to our county jail and transports?
I don't know where he got the prisoners. I'm just telling you that most of the prisoners that were escorted were state cop, and the state cop is the one that sat down and did the prosecuting.
We have a sheriff and deputy in the back. Does the sheriff's office transport prisoners?
We have. I mean, to answer his question, maybe the defendant maybe he wasn't locked up. Maybe he came from home.
He was wearing an orange jumpsuit.
The fact is that
he might have.
Well, this
he might have. I mean, it's.
And he was in the Fayette County
It's local police, state police, and sheriff.
Just remember that public comment does take longer because this is what's going on, debating. So you can't blame it on the citizens when commissioners have asked others to speak. Okay?
So
that's why it's taking longer because 1 minute he says it's not debating.
We have it going both ways. You complain when we don't answer your questions, and then you complain when we do.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm glad you're answering the questions. I'm just pointing it out. Don't blame it on the citizens. But this meeting is 5 hours.
Hey, and nobody on the audience is complaining that we're here for 5 hours. I never heard one person say that. If we're willing to ignore it, I guess you should too. Because after all, you guys are getting paid. We're not.
We're not.
And we're not. Hey, and Commissioner Zappatkowski, I will give you credit for one thing today. You bended and you allowed us to speak today. I hope you continue down that path of using common sense, being your own self, being your own man, and maybe you can see through these rose-colored glasses that Al's got on.
Well, I'll tell you, you can put all the conditions you want on anything, but you're not going to stop me from speaking.
Or me.
Or me.
Is there a
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carried. Okay, do we?
Good job. Let's go to Grant.